Good afternoon, race fans, and a very warm welcome to Pembrey Circuit, the home of motorsport in South Wales, for the latest round of BARC TV racing presented to you by the British Automobile Racing Club. We are live here in sunny Wales. Yes, it's cloudy, but the sun has been burning through the clouds. It is dry here in Wales at the moment, and we have some great racing to present to you. Dave Goddard here taking you through the action. The feature events this weekend, 5 races for the British Truck Racing Championship in their penultimate meeting of the season. We have 2 races for them today, and in support we have racing from the young guns in the Junior Saloon Car Championship, always very spectacular in their little Citroen Saxos, and also we've got the final rounds of the Lancaster Insurance MG Owners Club Championship. They were superb in their previous round at Snetterton, and they will be in action a little later on today, our final race of today. We begin very shortly with our first truck race of the day, racing over 15 minutes. Then a little later on we've got the first of 3 races this weekend for the Junior Saloon Car Championship. Second truck race coming up at about 10 to 4, and our final race at 5 o'clock will be the Lancaster Insurance MG Owners Club Championship, a mixture of different models of MGs in that one. Certainly very close in the truck point standings at the moment. Just 1 point in it at the top of Division 1 for the more powerful race trucks. David Jenkins a point ahead of Martin Gibson. But Ryan Smith, the reigning 5-time champion, can certainly not be ruled out yet. He's just 10 points back off Martin Gibson. Martin had some problems in qualifying, as we'll hear shortly as well. So he's starting from the back of the Division 1 grid. In Division 2, Craig Reed is clear at the top. He scored a maximum 5 wins out of 5 in Division 2 for the less powerful trucks at Snetterton last time out. He leads reigning champion Stephen Powell by quite a handsome margin of about 25 points in their points championship. But still all to play for. There is a meeting to go on Bonfire Weekend in November at Brands Hatch. Look at the schedule for tomorrow then. We start at 9:45 with the first truck race of the day, followed by the MGs at 10:55. Then we've got the second race for the Junior Saloon Cars. A bit later on after lunch is our 4th truck race of the weekend, followed by the finale for the Junior Saloons in the Saxos, and the final race at 4:25 p.m. will be the British Truck Racing Championship. 5 races for them across the course of the weekend. Qualifying this morning set the grid for race 1. And the reverse grid format will subsequently be used. The top 8 finishers in each race reversed on the grid for each division in subsequent races over the weekend. Okay, we can now head down into the paddock where our man on the ground, Pointy, entertaining as always, caught up with a few of the drivers ahead of our first race.
Well, welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to the paddock here at Pembrey Race Circuit in South Wales, and we are experiencing some lovely weather. Unfortunately, someone not having such a great day today so far is Mr. Martin Gibson. Now, ironically, the first person I interview today is going to be starting in last place for the race. We had some brake issues in qualifying.
Yeah, you could say that. They just exploded underneath me. Not ideal, but what can we do?
Yeah, there wasn't much left of the brake discs, was there? So you didn't even get a hot lap in. So obviously for those at home that don't know, so that means you're starting from the back of the grid.
Yeah, exactly. It's going to be hard work. It's not an easy track to pass. It's so narrow, but it's going to be fun, that's for sure.
Well, looking at the points standing, will you find it that difficult? Just 1 point that separates you from Dave Jenkins. Are we looking to try and concrete that second place, or maybe look for the first?
Obviously the first, and I'm not worried. We've got 10 races to go. It's still it's 2 rounds, but it's a long way ahead.
I noticed Ryan Smith as well, slowly picking up from behind a couple of rubbish weekends there. Are we feeling pressure? Do we think Mr. Jenkins will be feeling anything from Ryan Smith?
No, I don't think so. It's truck racing and everything can happen, everything does happen. It's madness. So just take every race at a time. Do what you can and bring it home. That
is very true. So going into the weekend, fantastic effort to get here, of course. And We have the Welsh Red Arrows flying above us. There is an airfield local to us here in Pembrey, and they've been practicing all morning. Hopefully you'll stay more grounded than they are, of course. Finally, before we go, what would you say, what biscuit would you say describes your racing style?
Ooh, that's a weird question.
I know.
It'd have to be a party biscuit.
Oh, a party, okay, a party ring.
Ring one.
Yeah, okay, I like it. Any particular reason?
Well, it's a bit of a party in there.
Because it's a party, okay. Shiny on the top, biscuity on the bottom, but there's something going on in the middle we're not quite sure about. Fantastic. Martin Gibson, thank you very much for joining us, and good luck with your first race. Yeah. Over here in the Smith camp, now sporting 2 trucks, one of which looking like we've got some new aerodynamics going on. Bradley, do you want to tell us a bit more about what you're trying to achieve here?
Well, qualifying didn't go to plan.
I can see that.
Yeah, just put it all back together. I ripped all the front bumper collapsed under. Took the radiator out, took the power steering pipes out, the clutch pipe. But thankfully everyone in the paddock has been really helpful, and hopefully we're going to get it back out for the second race this afternoon.
So you're not racing this morning then?
No, I don't think we're going to get it out for the first one.
That is a shame. But yeah, you have had most of the engineers from the different teams up and down the paddock trying to help you out this morning, which I think just goes to show everybody at home what an atmosphere we have here, that kind of camaraderie, family almost.
Yeah, no, exactly that. Without them we wouldn't have been able to get it back on track the rest of the weekend, so thankfully to everyone else.
Well, fingers crossed you get it out on for the second race, and try and stay away from the countryside just a little bit. Is that all right with you?
Yeah, I'll try and keep on the time.
Because they get very annoyed at us if we don't let them mow the lawn.
Yeah.
Fantastic. Well, thank you very much for joining us, Bradley. Good luck getting it ready for the second race. Bradley Smith down in the Team Smith camp. Of course, your dad is joining us today in a Division 1 truck. Where's he? He's busy, so we won't bother him. He's preparing. It's been a while. He's been out of it for a little bit, so we'll leave him to prepare and get in the zone whilst we go and find another Division 2 driver to speak to who's flying ahead in the championship. Right, you join us here just before the first race of the weekend here at Pembrey, Wales, with none other than Craig Reed, leading now in the Division 2 Championship by almost 30 points, which essentially puts you 2 whole first place races away from anybody else in the competition.
Yes, yeah. No, to be honest, after Snetterton, it's a bit of a whirlwind. Snetterton was after one race after another. And then my plan is just do the same here, just keep my head down, do what I do, and hopefully come away with it if I can, or if not, go to Brands, whichever.
And well, of course, whilst doing what you do, being a true gent the entire time, we saw you earlier on. Actually, we just spoke to Bradley Smith. You were scratching your head quite profusely, looking at some hoses that you were trying to fix the truck with.
Yeah. Obviously, had a bit of an off. I know how that feels. So I was just helping him fix his truck. That's all.
So plans to stay ahead for the weekend?
Yes, yeah. Just basically qualify first, finish first, and then everything else is a bonus.
Well, we see you always manage to get back to the front when starting in reverse grid, which is fantastic. One last question before you go. I spoke to Martin Gibson about this earlier on. What biscuit would you say best describes your racing style?
Malted milk.
A malted milk. And why is that?
I don't know. I just like them.
Because it's sweet, reliable, just like the driver. Thank you very much, Craig Reed, for joining us. Have a great first race. That's all for it down here in the paddock. So we'll join now on the track with Dave Goddard for some racing action.
Yeah, thanks very much, Pointy. Biscuits, the subject of the day then. Golden Crunch Creams, I think, are my favourite biscuits. Well, getting ready then for our first race of the day. We'll have the trucks out of the assembly area shortly. As we saw, we won't be seeing Bradley Smith in Division 2 after his accident in qualifying. Hopefully that truck will be repaired for later in the weekend, and we will see father and son, Tony and Bradley Smith, on track together for the first time. Tony making his return today. He's out in his MAN TGA. He used to race a Sisu, I remember. Last time I saw him out a few years ago. Let's have a look at the grid then for our first race, and it is Ryan Smith, the reigning champion, who's qualified fastest in Division 2. He starts alongside number 7, 10 times champion Stuart Oliver in his Volvo VNL. Stewart, a European champion in the past as well. Second row, the championship leader, David Jenkins, number 69, starts alongside John Newell, number 18, the two MANs. Tony Smith has qualified on row 3, number 45 on his return, alongside the number 86, which is Tom O'Rourke, the Scotsman. And on row 4, number 11, we heard from him earlier, Martin Gibson had a brake disc explode in qualifying, so didn't get a flying lap in. Mark Taylor, number 81, didn't do any laps at all, so we'll wait to see if he's out, completing the Division 1 lineup. Then there's a gap, and we've got the Division 2 trucks, headed by their championship leader, number 68, Craig Reed, alongside number 5, Adam Bint, in his Volvo white Aerodyne. Second row for Division 2, we've got the reigning champion, number 3, Stephen Powell, alongside 32, Jock Borthwick, newcomer this year. First time racing here at Pembrey, so we'll see how he gets on. Number 6, John Powell is next, alongside the 10 of Craig Evans with his MAN. Then we won't have for this race 46 Bradley Smith, as we saw. Hopefully we will have number 99 of Paul McCumiskey, Paddy Mack as he's known, with his Volvo. The last couple of events that Volvo hasn't got past qualifying, it's broken down in qualifying, so hopefully we'll see him get some racing laps in here today. We have got one more truck at the back, number 92 Simon Faulkner. Now he's actually a Division 1 truck, but as he is a novice, this is his first ever truck race, he's got permission to start from the very back of the grid. He's in one of the Reed Truck Sport Ivecos, the truck normally raced by Simon Reed, Craig's brother, and Simon Faulkner from Hampshire making his debut here today. So the very best of luck to Simon Faulkner. Here they come then, out from the paddock. The big rigs, almost 1,000 horsepower from each one, weighing over 5 tonnes each. If you've not seen big rig racing before, you really have got a treat coming up. Spectacular race trucks. There is Simon Faulkner, the red number 92, in his first ever truck race. Probably pretty nervous right about now is Simon. It looked to me as though, unfortunately, Paul McCumiskey, the same has happened again. I didn't see his Volvo come out from the assembly area. There's Stephen Powell, the reigning Division 2 champion. This will be a rolling start, racing over 15 minutes. The pace truck will be in position over on the start-finish straight, the Cowell Straight as it's named. And the first corner is a very interesting one here at Pembrey, the loop of Hatchett's hairpin. When all the trucks arrive there at the same time, normally a bit of chaos ensues, so hopefully we will avoid any collisions today. There is the GT Tyres MAN pace truck, supplied by Martin Oliver Transport, and there is the Mercedes Actros in the same livery as the Mercedes Grand Prix team for Ryan Smith on pole position, looking for his 6th straight Division 1 title this year. He hasn't had the best of seasons. He had a lot of mechanical problems at Convoy in the Park at Donington, culminating in the engine catching fire in race 4. Starts alongside 10 times a champion Stuart Oliver. It's not been a good season for him. He had a no score at Donington as well when the truck failed in the very first race at the weekend, and he's down in 6th in the points. The second row, we've got the points leader David Jenkins with his MAN number 69 alongside John Newell in the 18. Then Tony Smith and Tom O'Rourke. Mark Taylor is there, didn't do a lap in qualifying, but he is there on row 4. We can see the red and white MAN on the outside of row 4, the Taylor's haulage man.
Chaz, but I can't hear him down here in pit lane. And the trucks have gone straight onto grid. So we will go straight into the rolling start for our first...
as we say, this will be a 15-minute race.
On pole, it's Ryan Smith.
Just like to give a shout out to one of our followers on YouTube, to Harry T. Happy birthday to you, celebrating his birthday today. Many happy returns, Harry. A couple more messages that have come in. Hi to Cameron, supporting Jensen Bell. He's out in the junior saloon cars today. And Lewis Sharp says big shout out to Will Sharp in the MG Owners Club Championship as well. He's taken pole position for their first race.
And maybe get a quick chat with the race winner or whatever.
Now, thanks to everybody for watching on our YouTube feed today. Hope you enjoy the action.
That goes on in pit lane.
Will be a rolling start. We'll take you on a lap of the circuits behind the pace truck. If you've not seen racing at Pembrey before, the trucks actually use a very slightly different layout to the car races we'll see this weekend. There's one corner that's a bit too tight for the trucks, so they cut out the first part of it's the first part of the Senna S. It's halfway around the lap. The trucks just cut the first element of that out.
New to the sport along here beside him now is Tom O'Rourke. He has bought the...
Okay, the last few trucks getting into line. Simon Faulkner at the back in his Iveco. Remember, he's a Division 1 truck, but as he is in his first ever truck race, he's been allowed to start from the back. Just learning his craft here.
Mark Taylor. Back to Division 2. Well, it's championship leader Craig.
Let's have a look what time he did in qualifying. He did a 1:19.937, so that's about 5 seconds off the quicker Division 1 trucks ahead of him, Tony Smith and Tom O'Rourke. Of course, Martin Gibson and Mark Taylor didn't get representative lap times in because of their problems.
Followed by, looks like the Steve Powell truck on the second row. I've got the grid with me down in the pit lane. Steve Powell on the second row. And not sure who that is alongside.
Waiting to get underway then with our first action of the weekend. First of 4 races today here at Pembrey, 2 for the trucks, 2 for the cars.
I'm going to wander back upstairs. We are about to go truck racing for the first time this weekend.
Okay, the MAN pace truck rolls away. It's rare not to see an MAN on the front row in Division 1. We've got Mercedes and Volvo there. John Newell on the second row has had a couple of wins already with his new for 2021 MAN. Good to see Tom O'Rourke back out, number 86, after his spectacular crash at Thruxton last season. They're a Division 2. The Iveco of Craig Reed and Adam Bint on HVO fuel in that Volvo white. More economical, more environmentally friendly fuel. There's Craig Evans, number 10 in his MAN, and there is Simon Faulkner. Good luck to him. Looking a little nervous in there, in the truck regularly driven by Simon Reed, the Iveco. Round Hatchet's hairpin, you can see how tight that is. Then it's up to the right-hander at Spitfire corner. This did used to be an airfield here at Pembrey. There is an airfield nearby. We've already heard some planes go over. Then it's through Dibeny, the left-hander, and over the crossing into the inner paddock. There's Tony Smith, the plain white MAN. Then out of the crossing they head through the left-hander and up to the Senna S. Now you can see there's the little loop that the cars take. The trucks bypass that and go into the right-hander at Senna. Ayrton Senna at one time was the outright lap record holder here at Pembrey when Formula 1 cars used to test here. I believe that was in a McLaren back in 1993, if memory serves me correctly. And it's down to Brooklands Hairpin, named after Britain's first ever race circuit, built in Surrey back before the Second World War. Then it's along Speedway Straights into the right-hander at Carter's Curve and round towards the final corner at Honda Curve. Pace truck will pull into the pit lane very shortly and then we'll be underway. Getting ready then for our first truck race of the day here at Pembrey, the British Truck Racing Championship here in South Wales, the first of 5 races across the course of this weekend. Ryan Smith and Stuart Oliver lead Division 1, Craig Reed and Adam Bint at the front of Division 2. Simon Faulkner ready for his first ever truck race at the back in his Iveco. The pace truck is in pit lane, waiting for the red lights to go out and the race will get underway. The trucks are unleashed down towards Hatchet's hairpin for the first time. It's Ryan Smith in the Mercedes who goes into the lead. Stuart Oliver slots in behind in the Volvo. David Jenkins having a look up the insides. It's going to be interesting into the hairpin. John Newell charging up the outside. Are they all going to get through this contact between Jenkins and Oliver? Now, has that damaged those two trucks? David Jenkins has almost come to a dead stop in the middle of the track there. They're all going wide. 32 Jock Borthwick is on the grass. Disaster for David Jenkins. The championship leader is only a point ahead of Martin Gibson. It's Smith that leads. Newell second, Oliver third. Tom O'Rourke is up into 4th place. Then Tony Smith and Mark Taylor. Jenkins has stayed ahead of Gibson, the 2 championship contenders. Craig Reed heads Division 2 as they head out onto the back of the circuit for the first time. Great start by John Newell there down the outside. He avoided the contact on the inside between Oliver and Jenkins. Craig Evans running wide there onto the grass at Senna. Loses the position to John Powell in the number 6 in the Dutch-built DAF. I think there might be a bit of rain in the air. I can see the wipers going on a couple of these trucks, so it's going to get slippery out there. Through Honda Curve they come to complete the opening lap. It is Ryan Smith who leads across the line. He's already 2 seconds clear of John Newell. He's got Stuart Oliver closing him down, so the Volvo man survived that clash with Dave Jenkins. There is Jenkins. He lost 3 places there to the MANs of O'Rourke, Tony Smith and Mark Taylor. Smith side by side with Tony Smith. Been a few years since we've seen Tony in action. We say last time he was in action at Pembrey was in a Finnish-built Sisu, a bonneted truck. Ryan Smith leads then, looking to close in on our 2 championship leaders. Only 11 points covers the top 3. There's another meeting to go at Brands Hatch in Kent in November after this to decide the championships. Here comes Dave Jenkins. He's on the way back up. He attacks Mark Taylor, goes through at Senna up the inside into 6th position. Martin Gibson, after those brake problems, put him out of qualifying early, trying to fight his way up the order. Trying to challenge Dave Jenkins, only a point apart in the championship. There's that spectacular Volvo of Stuart Oliver, chasing now John Newell. Ryan Smith's getting away at the front of the field. 2 laps completed. He's done the fastest lap, 1:10.536. He's over 3 seconds clear of John Newell in second. Then it's Oliver, O'Rourke, Smith, Jenkins and Taylor. Next through is Craig Reed. He leads the Division 2 field behind Martin Gibson. Second in Division 2 is Adam Bint and third Stephen Powell. You can see the lead that Ryan Smith has eked out here over the first couple of laps. Here's the battle in Division 2. Craig Reed, the man from Stoke-on-Trent, in the Reed Freight Iveco, won all 5 Division 2 races at Snetterton in Norfolk in the previous round. Martin Gibson having a go there at Mark Taylor for 7th. It's Adam Bint second in Division 2. There's Stephen Powell third. Then we've got Jock Borthwick, John Powell, Craig Evans, and further back in the order we'll have Simon Faulkner, just learning his craft here at Pembrey. Quite a fast-paced circuit for the trucks here in South Wales, not far from Llanelli and Port Talbot, near the South Wales coast. Been the home of Welsh motorsport for many years now. John Newell is really under fire here from Stuart Oliver for 2nd place. MAN versus Volvo, and David Jenkins has closed up as well. He's got past Tony Smith. He's having a go at Tom O'Rourke for 4th place. Through Hatchett's hairpin, John Newell goes in very deep there. This is Stuart Oliver's opportunity up towards the right-hander at Spitfires. He's going through. Oliver into 2nd place. But the lead is now over 5 seconds for Ryan Smith. Flying Ryan out in front, looking for his 6th consecutive title this year. Tom O'Rourke under fire there from David Jenkins. There's Tony Smith, then Taylor, Gibson, and then we've got the Division 2 boys, headed by Craig Reed. His lead over Adam Bint about 1.5 seconds. Tom O'Rourke been contesting the European Championship this year on the continent with that MAN. Sadly, the European Championship doesn't visit the UK anymore. David Jenkins all over the back of Tom O'Rourke, the head of MV Commercials, based in southern Scotland. Until MV Commercials had a display of some of their road-going vehicles at Donington a few years ago, Tom O'Rourke had never been to a truck race. Saw the sport, instantly fell in love with it, and now here he is competing. Tony Smith heads the next 3. He's got Mark Taylor and Martin Gibson behind him. Now Jenkins is going to go to the inside, down towards Hatchett's hairpin. Tom O'Rourke moves across, good defending there from Tom for 4th place. Jenkins trying for the outside. He won't get round the outside as Hatchett's hairpin, I don't think. Tom O'Rourke holds the place. Reed is nearly 7 seconds now for Ryan Smith, ahead of Stuart Oliver and John Newell. This little lot 6 seconds back on John Newell in 3rd. We've got 9.5 minutes of this 15-minute race to go. 5 MANs together for 4th place there. Then we've got Craig Reed in the Iveco leading Division 2. Tom O'Rourke under real pressure here from David Jenkins. There's the battle for fourth coming through Brooklands corner. There's Reed leading Division 2. Almost side by side here for fourth now, and Tom O'Rourke is really rigorously defending now from Jenkins. But Jenkins can take comfort in the fact his championship rival, Martin Gibson, is still behind him. There's Stephen Powell, he's third in Division 2 ahead of Jock Borthwick. Then we've got John Powell and Craig Evans. Simon Faulkner a little further back in the Division 1 Iveco. Down towards Hatchett's hairpin, it's getting busy here. Here comes Martin Gibson up the inside. O'Rourke holding the inside on Jenkins. They exit the hairpin side by side. Now is Gibson going to get through here on Mark Taylor? I think he might. Tony Smith still side by side. Taylor could have a chance here at Debeny to get past Tony Smith, and he's done so into the left-hander. Good driving there by Mark Taylor. One or two of you wondering what the steam coming from the wheels of these trucks is. These trucks have water-cooled brakes, so as the water heats up, it boils off as steam. So that's what you can see coming from the wheels. It's not a problem, it is normal on race trucks. Tony Smith starting to drop back. Through goes Martin Gibson, under braking for Brooklands, and now Craig Reed has caught the Division 1 battle. They're so busy fighting with each other, they're losing time to the Division 2 boys. We're just coming up to half distance then in this first truck race of the weekend. Craig Reed, well, he's looking set to win the Division 2 title this year, unless a miracle happens for Stephen Powell. He wants to play with the more powerful boys here. Coming up on Tony Smith in the 45. 7.5 minutes to go, nearly 8 seconds in it for the lead now. Smith pulling away from Oliver. There is Craig Evans towards the back in the number 10 Brown Recycling MAN. Third in the Division 2 points through consistency rather than out and out speed. Still all 15 trucks who started the race still running. Of course, Paul McCumsky and Bradley Smith did not start. And your leader is Ryan Smith. We concentrate on the battles further back. This is the fight for fourth. Now held by David Jenkins. He's finally got past Tom O'Rourke. Here comes Martin Gibson again at the inside on Mark Taylor. Mark just about gives him room at Brooklands, and Martin Gibson now really starting to get into his stride. I suppose early on he needed to bed in the new brakes they'd put on the MAN. But it's Mercedes that leads. Ryan Smith, the Nottinghamshire driver. Stuart Oliver is still second. John Newell, quite a long way back now in third. He's rather on his own in his MAN. Then it's Jenkins breaking away from O'Rourke. Then Gibson's got ahead of Taylor, Smith, and here comes Craig Reed. He wants to take on the Division 1 drivers. Having a look on the inside there, down to Hatchett's hairpin. Martin Gibson desperately needs to make progress, and O'Rourke's run very deep there into the hairpin. This is Gibson's opportunity. They bounce off each other into Spitfires. Through goes Gibson. He's up into 6th position now. Mark Taylor now attacks Tom O'Rourke. The two white MANs together, they lead on each other, coming through towards the crossing there. I thought Mark Taylor was going to go off into the barriers, but he saved it there over the grass, over the old runway here at Pembrey. You can see there Mark Taylor sliding over the grass there. I thought he was going to lose it and go into the tyre wall. He saved it. He's got behind Craig Reed. He's got Adam Bint on his tail now, the Oxfordshire driver in the older Volvo white Aerodyne. Used to be in the blue and white colours of CMG Recovery, but now in that more menacing black and orange livery. Well, there goes our leader Ryan Smith. He has lapped Simon Faulkner. 6 minutes to go. At the speed of these trucks, they are electronically limited to 100 miles an hour. Race trucks, of course, on the road, HGVs can only do 56, but race trucks are limited to 100 miles an hour. If you are found to have exceeded that speed, if anything goes wrong with your limiter, then you will get a penalty. Tony Smith under fire from Craig Reed now. Great to have Tony back in the championship, man from Gravesend in Kent. Final round of the series is on his local circuit, so hopefully him and his son Bradley will be racing at Brands Hatch. Craig Reed heading for another Division 2 win here. What's his gap to Adam Bint? It was over 3 seconds last time through. There is Binty in the background in the Volvo. Mark Taylor in between them now. And Stephen Powell, number 3, third in the Division 2 classification. He will be moving up to Division 1 next season with an MAN, a more powerful MAN. So good luck to Stephen Powell. Craig Reed still having a go at the 45 of Tony Smith. They're coming up on Tom O'Rourke as well. 9 laps completed by race leader Flying Ryan Smith. What's his gap back to Stuart Oliver now? It was 7.8 seconds last time through. It's 8.2 seconds now. John Newell in third place with his MAN. He's a further 4.5 seconds back. We watch the midfield battle. Craig Reed absolutely flying in that Iveco. He is loving this. Tom O'Rourke has been caught by Tony Smith. Rue Hatchett up towards Spitfires. Probably the name given to that corner because of Pembrey's aeronautical connections. Swing their way then through Debeni and over the crossing into the paddock. The gap for second in Division 2 is coming down. Stephen Powell is catching Adam Bint. His last lap was a couple of seconds quicker than the Volvo. Bint did a 1:16, Powell a 1:40. Fastest lap of the race of all done by Ryan Smith, 1 minute 10.416. He's completed 10 laps, 8.5 seconds clear of Stuart Oliver. Made no secret of the fact, Ryan Smith, he wants to match Stuart Oliver's record of 10 British titles and then try and beat it, but he wants to do the European Championship, budgets permitting as well. Here's the fight for second in Division 2. Bint from Powell in the HGV Direct and Dines Recovery MAN. It is half and half livery, yellow and white. Over the line they go, 2.5 minutes to go. Well, the race wind's looking fairly clear cut here. Adam Bint running on HVO fuel. It's certainly improved the performance of that Volvo, one of the older trucks in the field. How's Simon Faulkner getting on? He's still going. He's a lap down to Ryan Smith, of course. Stephen Powell a bit sideways there, coming out of Spitfires. Really is trying to monster up onto the tail of Adam Bint. Behind them, we've got John Powell. He's got ahead of Jock Borthwick. Craig Evans towards the back of the field. Stephen Powell, rather, on the tail of Adam Bint now. This is for second in Division 2, remember. Well, Ryan Smith's got the race won. He's nearly 9 seconds up on Stuart Oliver. Coming round to start his last lap very shortly. John Powell being caught again by Jock Borthwick. Battles all the way down the order. A great circuit for truck racing is Pembrey. A fairly flowing layout, except for a couple of hairpins. Wide enough for them to race down the straights. Here's Craig Reed, still on the tail of Tony Smith. Great to see the Iveco keeping up with the Division 1 boys. Still ahead of Mark Taylor after he's off at the crossing earlier on. Less than a minute to go now. Ryan Smith will be, I think, starting his last lap this time in the Mercedes. Bit of smoke there from Craig Evans' MAN. There's the leader coming up to lap Evans. He goes into his final lap. There's the last lap board from the marshals. Say a thank you to all our volunteer marshals as always. We could not go racing without them. The Orange Army, as they're known. Keeping a safe distance from trackside for safety reasons, of course, with the trucks out there. Ryan Smith still leads. There's David Jenkins. He's made it back up to fourth after that little collision on the first corner. Simon Faulkner gets out of the way, lets Martin Gibson through. He's now fifth. He's 4.5 seconds off David Jenkins. As Ryan Smith heads up towards the Senna S for the last time, coming up to lap Craig Evans. And he's going to start the weekend as he means to go on to try and kick his season back into top gear. Still Tom O'Rourke holding sixth ahead of Tony Smith. The podium places are pretty much set now. Smith, Oliver and John Newell, who we've hardly seen, the Yorkshireman in his MAN. Here he comes up towards the final corner then. It's going to be a win for Flying Ryan Smith in our first truck race of the weekend. Here he comes out of the final corner up towards the checkered flag. It is victory for Ryan Smith in the Mercedes Actros. He wins by a clear margin ahead of Stuart Oliver. Oliver will come over in second. There's Martin Gibson. Wait to see where he's going to come in. John Newell in third. David Jenkins will be fourth. There he is over the line. And Martin Gibson will take fifth position. Simon Faulkner a lap down. Finishes his first truck race with no damage. I'm sure he'll be pleased to have achieved that. And Stephen Powell has come through there while we were watching the leaders. He's got second position from Adam Bint. John Powell having a go as well. Stephen Powell comes home second in Division 2. It's going to be a photo finish. Adam Bint just holds on ahead of John Powell. Then it's Jock Borthwick. We'll confirm the full results in a moment then. As the air horns go off at the end of the race. They enjoyed that one. I'm sure everybody else did too. Okay, we'll confirm the results in a second then. Here it is, Ryan Smith the winner by 7.5 seconds ahead of Stuart Oliver in our first truck race of the day, with John Newell taking a rather lonely third place. David Jenkins racing back through for fourth ahead of his championship rival Martin Gibson. Tom O'Rourke was sixth ahead of Tony Smith. Craig Reed wins Division 2 in 8th overall. Then Mark Taylor was 9th. Stephen Powell coming through for 10th place, just ahead of Adam Bint. They were second and third in Division 2. Then it was John Powell, Jock Borthwick, Craig Evans, and well done to Simon Faulkner in his first ever truck race. Got to the end in 15th position. Well, brilliant stuff from our truck racers. A very lively first race there. Air horns sounding for the fans here at Pembrey. Show their appreciation for the supporters and the marshals here. We have now got the full confirmed timings for that race. There's a slight delay on the live timing at the end of that one. Good battle in Division 2. Stephen Powell defeating Adam Bint for second place. They finished less than a second apart. John Powell was only 3 tenths behind them as well. Trucks will head into Parc Fermé then. And as soon as we can, hopefully Pointy is going to be down there to have a chat to our drivers. There'll be a short pause after this before our next race, which is scheduled for about 2:40 p.m. That's the junior saloon cars. Okay, the trucks are going to be led back to Parc Fermé then. Of course, they're in the outer paddock area. Okay, as soon as the trucks are back in Parc Fermé over in the outer paddock, we will be able to hear from some of the drivers. Pointy is down there awaiting them. Good to see fans back at trackside, young and old, enjoying the action here at the home of motorsport in South Wales. Certainly enjoyed that one. We will have some, in between races today, we will have some highlights from previous events, including some British Truck Racing Championship events over the course of the summer season. We'll be back in action in around an hour's time with our next race, which is the first for the junior saloon cars. 14 to 16 year olds racing identical Citroën Saxo VTRs. They had their qualifying session this morning. A big field of nearly 30 cars here this weekend. That's going to be an absolute cracker. 3 races for them this weekend. As the trucks make their way back into the paddock, there's the rest of the schedule for today. 2:40 p.m. the scheduled start for today's race for the junior saloon cars. They have another one tomorrow. 15 minutes plus 1 lap. So when the clock has gone down to 0, we will see the last lap board go out. We've got another race later on after that for the British Truck Racing Championship, with the reverse grid being used. And then at around 5 p.m. we have the first of 2 races this weekend for the Lancaster Insurance MG Owners Club Championship. Everything from classic MGBs up to the more modern ZRs in that one. They were in great form at Snetterton a few weeks ago. We'll see them out again. Okay, we can now, I believe, hand down to Pointy in the paddock to hear from some of our truck racers. Pointy, over to you.
Come on. Here we go. Well, the race has now finished, the first one at the BTRC here at Pembrey, South Wales, and a massive congratulations to our first place winner in Division 1, Ryan Smith. Well done, sir.
Yeah, thank you, Robert.
I knew you'd call me Robert. I told him not to call me, but he did.
I couldn't help it. That's your birthday, but that's what I'm going to call
It's
you.
not good enough, Mr. Smith.
No, honestly, after I think you're in and out the camps of the teams. We was just wanting the laps down because of the reliability of the engine. There was a little bit of a tweak with the fuel pressure again. So, but listen, I'm not even going to get into that. We won the race by 7-8 seconds.
It was massive by the 8.1, I believe, by the end of the race.
8.1. The lap time was really competitive.
1:10.3, fastest lap of the race as well, of course.
Yeah, it were really fast. So we're going to get back now, look at the data. It's a great start to the weekend, but it's not how they start, it's how they finish.
Indeed. And if they finish, of course.
And if they finish. But no, delighted with how well the teams work together. We've brought extra men in this weekend to try and make it a little bit easier on Arnie, and it seems to be having an effect. We've got a lot of data going back and forth to Holland, because for the people that don't know, this is our own engine that we're trying to develop. So fingers crossed at this point. Totally, really happy with the start, and on to the next one.
Fantastic, and of course we'll be doing a podium very soon, so don't go for an afternoon nap until you've had your trophy off me, okay?
Robert, always a pleasure, never a chore.
Thank you very much, Ryan Smith, Division 1, first place. Have we got time to go to another driver? Let's go and find Craig Reed, Division 2, first place. If we can just scurry through the trucks down here in Parc Ferme. Always such a buzz from the drivers trying to find anyone else. Craig, a moment please. Fantastic result. Finishing well, 1 deep in the back of Division 1.
Yeah. No, well, Mark come off, should I say. I'll get my words out. Mark come off to the right, and then obviously I was on the back of Tony. Obviously Tony's new to his truck, so I was just having some fun, to be honest with you. I just, it really, like I say, there's only a whisker advantage round here.
You were pushing Tony Smith around a lot of that second half of the race. It was great to watch him right on the back of Tom O'Rourke as well. Very minor tweaks, and we could be seeing you Division 1 with the same truck.
Yeah, well that's it. To be honest with you, it's capable of it, but it's just just great. To be fair, great racing. I could just have Tony on the brakes just because he's not so comfortable with his truck. But other than that, be honest. But I was hoping Adam was going to come with me. I could see him in the rearview mirror, and then I sort of lost him when I got past Mark. So. Great.
Well, a completely different experience than some of the Division 1 drivers dropping further back to Division 2. Obviously, it really is all to play for here at Pembrey.
It is. Yeah. I'm just going to keep pushing like that.
Well, fantastic point score. Thank you very much for joining us, and a brilliant result. Well done, you. Thank you. Well, I think that's all of us from here down in Parc Ferme in Pembrey, Wales. We'll head you back to the studio now for some more race action.
Okay, thanks very much, Pointy. Maybe we'll have some more biscuit-related questions later on, who knows. Great entertainment as ever from Pointy in the paddock. And we're now going to take a short break from race action here at Pembrey before our next race coming up in around an hour's time here at Pembrey with the junior Saloon cars. In the meantime, we will have some highlights from some previous events this season on BARC TV. Don't forget, we've got plenty more action to come. We're in action next Sunday as well from Mallory Park in Leicestershire, the final rounds of the Classic Touring Car Racing Championship, with titles to be decided in that one from saloon cars of all shapes, sizes and ages. But for now, we're going to take a break and enjoy some highlights from past events here on BARC TV. See you at 2:40 p.m. Hello and welcome to another edition of Full Throttle, bringing you the best of British motorsport from around the UK. Today we're at the Brands Hatch circuit in Kent for big rig race action. Yes, the British Truck Racing Championship is in action alongside the Pickup Truck Racing Championship. Let's head down into the paddock and hear from some of the competitors.
I want to know what it's like in one of these going down Paddock Hill Bend, because people watching might not realise it's actually pretty steep, isn't it?
It's very steep. I mean, all you can see is tarmac until you come up the hill. But I mean, for us, this is the first time we've ever raced in this sort of temperature here. So
yeah.
It's the quickest I've ever been around that circuit today.
Wow.
Because we're usually either like April to November, so it's brilliant, you know. I mean, it's a bit of a shame yesterday because we tested in the wet, which was, but the track's so sticky, the tyres are good, so it's only going to get improved over the weekend. So
you're going to get
looking
quicker.
Forward. Oh yeah, I mean
quicker.
we're braking later, different gears around bends. We've never raced in these conditions here,
wow.
So it's good and it's a lot faster. I mean, we used to drop half a peg in the first bend. Now we're top gear all the way around.
Really?
So, yeah. So it's
because you've got to be brave, haven't you? You've got to keep your foot
yeah,
in.
You've got to be in it.
Back out.
A bit of left foot braking just to keep it level, and then power back out the thing. So it's no, we're looking forward to it. It'll be good. So.
John, talk us through qualifying baking conditions. Was it quick out there?
Yeah, it was quick out there. We just made a couple of mistakes on his final lap. Really, we should have been up to P2, not P4. We lost half a second in turn one, taking train a different line.
So you're confident then, come the race, the pace is in this then to get further up?
Yeah, 100% the pace is in it. It's all down to me at the minute.
And Chuck, of course, it was just your first ever qualifying session, wasn't it? What was it like out there?
Yeah, it was good. Better as yesterday in the wet. Enjoyed it.
Yeah.
A lot more grip, obviously. Got new tyres on. Learning a load. It's a steep learning curve.
Is that what this weekend's about for you? Is it about learning, or it's still competitive? You still want to give it a good fist, don't you?
Yeah. But we had little problems there. An air leak had to come in and bedding the brakes in. So I only really got 2 or 3 laps, but I've got a little speed signal issue with it, so I need to. Ryan's trying to fix that just now. So, yeah.
Well, great to hear from a couple of the drivers there after qualifying down in the paddock with Ian. And we'll bring you the grid lineup for our first of 5 truck races across this weekend. The more powerful Division 1 trucks, the more heavily modified machines, start in the first group, the Division 2 trucks behind them. So in pole position, it will be the reigning 5-time British Truck Racing Champion, number 1, Ryan Smith, debuting a brand new truck this weekend, and alongside him the 10 times British champion, former European champion as well, number 7, Stuart Oliver. On the second row, number 11, Martin Gibson with his MAN, alongside 18, John Newell, also debuting a new truck here today. Row 3, former champion number 69, David Jenkins, starts alongside 81 of Mark Taylor, and a newcomer behind them, 157 from Birmingham, Jonathan Willis, ex-short oval hot rod racer, starts on row 4. Then there's a gap, and then we've got the Division 2 trucks. The reigning champion number 3, Stephen Powell, we just heard from, was pipped to pole at the end of the session. 68 Craig Reed it is who takes pole in his Iveco, alongside number 3, Stephen Powell. Behind them, 16 of Brad Smith lines up alongside number 5, Adam Bint in his Volvo White. The next row at number 6, which is John Powell, and 41 Simon Cole in the Mercedes Beast, as it's known. And finally, number 10, Craig Evans, made his debut last season alongside our newcomer, number 32, Jock Borthwick, the Scotsman. He had his qualifying times disallowed for overspeeding during qualifying. These trucks are electronically limited to 100 miles per hour, and you will be penalised if you exceed 100 miles an hour. It is monitored carefully. They have electronic speed limiters fitted to them, but if your truck does go over 100 miles per hour, then you will get a penalty. And in this case, Jock Borthwick had his qualifying times disallowed. He has to start from the back of the grid. Here they come then up towards the red lights when they go out. These 1,000 horsepower engines will release their power. I'm really looking forward to this race. The pace truck is in the pit lane. Up towards the red lights they go. Here we go. The power comes on and away they go. Truck Racing 2021 is underway. Front row men lead them into Paddock Hill Bend. It is a good start by Ryan Smith. The new Mercedes leads the way into the first corner in Division 2. It's side by side between Craig Reed and Stephen Powell. Leading the way it is Ryan Smith. Somebody running a bit wide there. Mark Taylor's got onto the dirt at the back of the Division 1 pack. It's Smith who leads from Oliver, Gibson, then David Jenkins has got ahead of John Newell up into 4th place, and the Division 2 trucks keeping up at the moment with Division 1. We expect to see them split apart. You can see the dirt on the tyres of the 81 there. He went wide coming out of paddock, but he gets past Jonathan Willis up into 6th position. It's Ryan Smith in the Mercedes that leads. Second, the Volvo of Stuart Oliver. Martin Gibson in third place. Somebody running a bit wide there in Division 2. That was Brad Smith in the 16 that ran out wide. He's lost a spot or two. They start to sort themselves out around this first lap of this 15-minute race. Then there's Jonathan Willis on his debut in the 157 truck. Two newcomers in this, of course. Jock Borthwick at the back of the field. There's the grey number 32. There are the leaders in Division 2. It's Ryan Smith leading by nearly 2 seconds at the end of the first lap, ahead of Stuart Oliver. Gibson in third, then Jenkins, Newell, Taylor and Willis. Craig Reed leads Division 2. On our graphics there you can see Division 2 in white, Division 1 in blue. Round Druids for the second time. Flying Ryan Smith going for 6 titles in a row. Look at the lead he's got already in the Mercedes. Oh, and a tangle there. That's Jonathan Willis and Craig Reed. That's the Division 2 leader gone. Oh dear, the Iveco gets itself out of the gravel. Now can Jonathan Willis get the Lawson's Direct MAN going again? Stephen Powell has inherited the lead in Division 2 with his newly liveried MAN. Adam Bint in second in number 5. There's the two Team Oliver Kelso Truck Products machines second and third. David Jenkins up to 4th. Didn't go too well in qualifying. Then John Newell in truck number 18. 11 minutes to go in this first British Truck Racing Association Championship race of the season. Division 1 runners fairly spread out at the moment. It's getting dialed back in really for the new season. 5 races this weekend. The leader is lapping a second quicker than everybody else. There is Ryan Smith. He really is the Lewis Hamilton of truck racing, leading by a similar margin as well, nearly 6 seconds ahead. There's Jonathan Willis in 157 after his off earlier on. A little bit of damage to the rear of the truck where he was clipped by Craig Reed. He's not all that far off, being lapped by Flying Ryan in his new Mercedes Actros. Here's Division 2 boys. Powell, Bint, Smith and Borthwick still the order. This is good driving by Jock Borthwick from Hoyk in southern Scotland.
Level like that, that's going to be okay. I can hear myself over the cars.
A little bit of smoke from the back of Smith's truck there as he goes through Graham Hill Bend. I think that's possibly a very small leak in one of the pipes there. Is that Craig Evans in the number 10?
Yeah. Going to be shaking like a shitting dog by the time we start the interview.
Working away, you can see how tightly packed into their cabs these drivers are. Our close up there as Flying Ryan continues.
We're ready. Can we go? Oh, whenever you're ready.
1 minute. The only driver apart from David Jenkins.
With a nod then, because he's finished now. Here we go. Ready?
There's Stuart Oliver in second place. Martin Gibson third and David Jenkins fourth. They pretty much held station for the full duration of this race. Is Jenkins closing up? Yes, he is very slightly on Martin Gibson for third position. Stephen Powell continues to dominate Division 2 with his newly liveried MAN. His gap was 3.2 seconds. Now is Brad Smith closing on him in the slightly lightened number 16. See as they go over the lines, the DAF catching the MAN. Over the line they go, still 3.3 seconds in it. Borthwick happy with the podium place, I think, in third. Craig Reed is next, then Adam Bint, and Craig Evans and Jonathan Willis. The lap down, John Powell has retired into the pits. Craig Evans just gets out of the way. Let's see quicker runners through there. Now David Jenkins has caught Martin Gibson for third. There's a bit of damage to Jenkins' truck there. Didn't see what he hit. He's hit something though, you can see. John Newell, his beautiful new MAN. Built with support from MAN in Germany. Chasing there in 5th position. Gibson gets away a little bit on the straights. Now, David Jenkins doesn't seem to have the straight line speed of the 69 truck here. A couple of laps to go for Flying Ryan Smith out in front. There's Brad Smith, no relation, holding off Borthwick for second in Division 2. And here comes Ryan. Certainly a bit of smoke or steam coming from the Mercedes there, but it's not slowing him down. Don Newell laps Jonathan Willis. The leader coming up to lap Craig Reed. Just looking at the time left here, 1 minute 20, so I think they're going to get 2 more laps out of this. So we should see a 16-lap race to kick off the season. Oh, and somebody slowed there, that's Borthwick. Borthwick has stopped on the home straights. Now that might be an early finish if he can't get it going again from there, because that could lead to a red flag. The 32 truck has stopped on the front straight I saw there. He was third in Division 2, and the red flag is coming out. We have a red flag because of that stationary truck. I thought the red flag got straight away. There is Jock Borthwick. What a shame. He was on for third in Division 2 on his debut. I don't know what's happened there.
And we're live with Simon Voltner here in Park Pembrey after the first race.
Of course, a very dangerous position there with the trucks coming out of Clark Curve hard on the throttle. The red flag comes out. The race will finish with 1 minute.
And we're live with Simon Voltner here in Park Pembrey.
Flag showing on the timing screens then, so it will be a
well, you won't bash it up. It's another Division 1 malted milk. You earlier on were speaking about ginger nuts. Is that right?
Second, Martin Gibson.
Shortbread changes his mind to shortbreads, ladies and gentlemen. Shortbreads here at Pembrey, Wales, and that's all for now down in Park Pembrey. We'll go and speak to some more drivers very shortly.
Powell, 8th and 2nd in Division 2, number 16 of
To fruit and a quiet sit down.
That's the one.
Well, there you go. You heard it from the horseman.
Recovering after a spin, Craig Reed in the 68s. So we see the result confirmed. Jock Borthwick shown as 10th, but he won't be classified as he brought out the red flag. So 10th and 4th in Division 2 will be Adam Bint in the Volvo. 11th overall will be Jonathan Willis on his debut in the MAN, and he will take 7th in Division 1, and the final finisher, number 10, Craig Evans.
Right then, just as you hear John Newell's truck starting up behind him, is this one of those new...
An early finish then to our first truck race of the season, and it's Flying Ryan Smith and Stephen Powell who take the win, starting their title defences in perfect fashion.
Ryan, race 1, congratulations, talk us through it.
Yeah, we went out in quali this morning, obviously the new brand, Mercedes-Benz. It's the first time we've driven it this weekend.
It looks very shiny and new, I have to say.
Right then,
we went in qualifying, did 1 lap, and
right then, just as you hear...
Arnie, the main mechanic, let's come in.
That's the one.
Well, there you go, you heard it from the horseman himself. Ladies and gentlemen, John Newell, thank you very much for joining us, John.
Thank you.
And race 1, it was just a matter of controlling from the front and you know, doing his job, but it's just a pleasure to be back now.
It's so nice, isn't it? What is this thing like to take around the Indy circuit here?
It's very good. You know, seat card back, weather's good. Yesterday wasn't so good, but we've got new sponsors on board, UFI filters. You know, Arctic are back with us again. It's, you know, we've had companies have gone through tough times, but they've stayed with us. And hopefully this year can be a successful year again.
Well, it certainly was last year, wasn't it? Race 2 coming up, of course. Now I heard a little birdie tells me you were saying you can go even quicker.
We can go quicker, but it's about saving the tyres, saving the engine, so the guys aren't going to work till late. So we'll play safe. We'll get round turn 1.
And we're live with Simon. Shortbread changes his mind to shortbreads, ladies and gentlemen. Shortbreads here at Pembrey, Wales, and that's all for now down in Park Pembrey. We'll go and speak to some more drivers very shortly. Right then, just as you hear John Newell's truck starting up behind him, is this one of those new Bluetooth keys you've got?
Yeah, definitely.
What sort of life
Thank you very much for joining us, John.
Thank you.
I mean, how long do they last?
We should do today if we keep taking the inside rears to the front. So we should get on today and see how they hold up by the end of play today, and see where we go from there.
So, man, best of luck for race 2. Always a pleasure.
Thank you.
A reverse grid in each division from race 1, so it's 157 Jonathan Willis, the newcomer, who starts on pole for this second race, alongside 81 Mark Taylor. Second row 18 John Newell and 69 of David Jenkins. Then on row 3 Martin Gibson, number 11, alongside number 7 Stuart Oliver. Ryan Smith, number 1, has to start from row 4 this time. Then there's a gap and we've got Division 2. The 2 non-finishers from race 1 should be starting from the very back. They don't count in the reverse grid. So in pole position for Division 2, number 10 Craig Evans, alongside 5 Adam Bint. Second row 68, which is Craig Reed, and 16 of Brad Smith. Third row, number 3 Stephen Powell, and 32 Jock Borthwick. And the final row 6 John Powell and 41 Simon Cole should be there. The pace truck is in pit lane. Here we go, race 2 of the weekend, the final race of this Saturday for the British Truck Racing Association Championship. Jonathan Willis and Mark Taylor on the front row. They come up towards the red lights. The power comes on and away they go. Super start by Mark Taylor. He will take the early lead as they go into Paddock Hill Bend. Division 2 are flagged off behind. Craig Evans and Adam Bint leading them down towards Paddock. Looks like it's Bint in the Volvo. Oh, we've got a spinner. We've got a couple of spinners seen from the cab of Martin Gibson there. He's got through on the inside. One of them is Mark Taylor. The other is Jonathan Willis. We've lost our 2 front row men already, and I think that has put Martin Gibson into the lead as they come out of Druids for the first time. So the red flag is out. We'll try and see the reason. We've got a couple of trucks, in fact we've got several trucks in the gravel trap at Paddock Bend. Stuart Oliver is one of them. Mark Taylor and Jonathan Willis have gone off as well. We'll try and see a replay.
Yes, indeed. Just looking down onto the bottom of Paddock Hill now, we've got Trucks Ride Recovery starting the laborious task of dragging the two stranded trucks out of the gravel. But yes, Stuart Oliver seems to be relatively unscathed, just showing those many years of experience now, the ability to get yourself going on the gravel.
We've just seen a replay of what happened there. It was a bit of an over-optimistic lunge by David Jenkins trying to get up the inside. He clipped the back of Mark Taylor and sent him into a spin. So that's what happened. Willis and Oliver went off in avoidance. Here they come up towards the red lights on board with Martin Gibson as we get underway. What's going to happen this time? Into Paddock Hill Bend up towards nearly 100 miles an hour before they reach Paddock Bend. Mark Taylor and Jonathan Willis are going to join in from the pit lane. Adam Bint has taken the lead in Division 2 in his Volvo, but it's John Newell who leads the way up into Druids for the first time. David Jenkins in second, Martin Gibson's third, and it looks like so far they've all got round okay with John Newell in the lead.
Yes, looking back to Division 2 now as we just come round Druids. Steve Powell trying to make his way down through Graham Hill. Craig Reed trying to get past Jock Borthwick newcomer, who's doing quite well to hold his own at the first half of this race. But Adam Bint screaming ahead of the Division 2 pack, closely followed by Brad Smith.
So there are the Division 2 leaders coming through clear ways. Stephen Powell in behind Borthwick, as you say there, Pointy. Simon Cole under fire as well, but it's John Newell who will lead the first lap then over the line ahead of David Jenkins. Martin Gibson behind them. Ryan Smith's doing the fourth. He's got ahead of Stuart Oliver. Then the Division 2 leaders already, the cavalry charge from the pit lane starting to come through. Mark Taylor and Jonathan Willis, but John Newell under pressure, the tanker lorry businessman from South Yorkshire, under fire from David Jenkins. On board with Martin Gibson, charges his way down Graham Hill, chasing after David Jenkins, holding third place at the moment. You can see how hard he is having to work at the wheel of that MAN. The first five breaking clear slightly. Then we've got the Division 1 and 2 mix further back as David Jenkins up the inside as they go into Surtees, and he takes the lead away from John Newell.
Absolutely super tight pat now as Ryan Smith riding the bumper of John Newell. Certainly not going to make it easy for him though, is John. Of course, Stuart Oliver and Martin Gibson behind them as well. Ryan now looking for the inside line. Can he squeeze past John? Oh, he's on the grass, but John not quite letting the door shut. Unfortunately, no. Ryan takes that now straight through. Quite a professional move, and I do believe we see Stuart Oliver making the move past John Newell. He must be having some kind of issues with the truck today, Dave.
Well, Stuart Oliver coming through there as well. Martin Gibson will possibly try and see what happened to him at Paddock Bend a lap ago. We may have a replay of that from the number 11 truck. Yeah, Ryan Smith was there on the inside. Was there contact there? I think Ryan may have just bounced off the curb coming out of Paddock, which sent Martin Gibson out wide. He just ran out of room. I don't think there was any contact there. Martin bouncing through the gravel on the outside, and Stuart Oliver able to come through as well. So the lead is with David Jenkins from Ryan Smith now. 1.5 seconds in it at the end of the last lap. It'll be less than that this time. Oliver third, Gibson fourth. Fifth is John Newell. Still leading Division 2 is Adam Bint, looking for his first win in a couple of years. He had a fair few problems with the black Volvo White last season. It seems a bit of a misnomer to call it a Volvo White in that livery, doesn't it?
Yes, indeed. Had the new livery for last year's season, and a couple of technical issues really held him back for the entire year, unfortunately. But having some pressure gauge issues and taking it a little bit easier earlier on today certainly seems to have fixed up that truck and making some serious headway as we continue the second race of the weekend here. Brad Smith under pressure from Mark Taylor, but this is obviously Division 1 on Division 2, just not finding that gap past the Brad Smith Division 2 truck, and Craig Reed taking up third position of the Division 2 race here, looking for a space past obviously Brad Smith and Mark Taylor.
Well, Ryan Smith has taken the lead from David Jenkins. He got through on the inside at Paddock that time through, as we see Mark Taylor making the move on Brad Smith at Graham Hill Bend. David Jenkins under pressure from Stuart Oliver now for second place. We've got 8 minutes of this restarted race to go, so we're not yet at half distance, but Ryan Smith's Mercedes already through into the lead, the Mercedes Actros.
Very, very tight top three now for Division 2. Adam Bint looking very comfortable at the front there. Brad Smith, trying to find every possible gap through with Craig Reed snapping at his heels. And of course, further ahead of the Division 2 pack now, we've got Mark Taylor pulling nicely away. But is it too late in the day to be looking for the rest of the Division 1s? That is the only problem, as they come down out of Division 2s, down the pit straight into Paddock Hill again. 2.5 minutes roughly left of today's race. Back with the Division 1s now, we're still looking at that undying battle of defence from Dave Jenkins, as Martin Gibson trying to pull out all the stops, late braking, taking the outside line, on board again now with the number 11 MAN Martin Gibson truck, and it is looking very, very tight, certainly testing Dave Jenkins with everything that he's got. Really it's going to be an exciting finish if he continues to push as hard as he is. Stuart Oliver perhaps taking the back seat for the moment, looking for a gap if one of these two make a mistake, Dave.
Yes, he certainly is, the 10 times champion and 1-time European champion, just keeping a watching brief on his protege Martin Gibson ahead of him, swinging their way through Druids Bend. 90 seconds of the race to go while Ryan Smith's away and God, he's leading by 8 seconds now. He's heading for his second win of the weekend, but can Adam Bint hang on to win Division 2? A wheel arch hanging off the Volvo there as he heads through Paddock Bend. Well, Ryan Smith, we've hardly seen him. He's run away and hid at the front of the field. Flying Ryan in his Mercedes Actros is heading for his second win, the ex-Norbert Kiss truck, the great Hungarian. But Brad Smith is really attacking now Adam Bint for the lead. Can Adam in the Volvo, the Oxfordshire driver, hang on in front?
Well, he's certainly got the heritage. He's been doing this for quite a while. The truck has been with him the whole way as well. So if anybody can hold that position, it's going to be Binty. But of course, Brad Smith, fantastic bit of driving. They almost look inseparable, those front three, with Craig Reed just following the same line as the two front runners of Division 2, looking very comfortable. I think they're just going to be happy to take the podiums they've got at the moment. There's no real need to be risking the rest of the weekend with a last-minute dash. Although, wait, as we see now, we've got Brad Smith looking down the outside line. Will he take? No, it doesn't. Backs down behind Binty now. Craig Reed still just looking for that gap between the two of them, I believe.
Yeah, here comes the battle up into Druids. The leader about to start his final lap, I think, Ryan Smith. He's heading into the last lap. We'll concentrate on the Division 2 battle as they swing their way out of Druids, down the hill into Graham Hill Bend. So Ryan Smith surely heading for victory. Who's it going to be as they come through in Division 2, though? Adam Bint holding on for dear life. He's a very defensive driver. I saw him do this at Pembrey a couple of years ago, where he held the entire Division 2 pack off to take a brilliant win. Ryan Smith is away and gone. He's heading for win number 2 here this evening. David Jenkins is still holding second ahead of Martin Gibson. Still Adam Bint is holding on ahead of Brad Smith. They're about half a lap behind the Division 1 leaders. There's David Jenkins, has held his second place ahead of Gibson and Oliver. They're coming round towards the finish line now. The checkered flag will be in sight. It's going to be 2 out of 2 for the man going for his 6th consecutive title this year. Here comes Flying Ryan out of the final corner. The new Mercedes Actros working faultlessly. It's going to be 2 wins out of 2 for Ryan Smith here at Brands Hatch. He takes the win in British Truck Racing Championship race number 2 of the weekend. David Jenkins will come over in second ahead of Martin Gibson. Great drive by him. Stuart Oliver 4th. It will be John Newell in a rather lonely 5th place. But who is going to win the Division 2 battle? We'll hand back to that there on the Cooper Straight now, heading towards Surtees for the last time, and Brad Smith is going to go for it. Here they come. It's Adam Bint somehow holding on ahead of Brad Smith. Everything he can throw at him. Craig Reed's going to have a look up the inside as well. They're going to finish line astern, these three. Stephen Powell trying to make it 4. But I think Adam Bint has just about done enough. He had a very poor season in 2020, but he's going to hold on for victory here ahead of Brad Smith. A very happy Adam Bint comes over the line and wins Division 2. That's a terrific drive. And we can confirm the results of that one. Ryan Smith, the winner by just under 10.5 seconds. the winning margin in the end. Another clear win for the new Mercedes. David Jenkins holding off Martin Gibson for second. A determined drive by Martin. Stuart Oliver fourth, ahead of John Newell, a rather lonely fifth. Mark Taylor made it back up from the pit lane start to sixth. Well done to him. Adam Bint in seventh overall, a great win for him in Division 2. He'll be very pleased with that. Bradley Smith took 8th place, less than a second behind him. 9th place going to Craig Reed, third in class. Stephen Powell had settled for 4th and 10th overall. And Jock Borthwick in 11th. Jonathan Willis made it back up to 12th. Then Craig Evans a lap down, and we lost Simon Cole. Unfortunately, was an early retirement into the pits.
Quite an eventful race that, wasn't it? But when you managed to finally get past, you kind of pulled away again.
I just needed to get in single file, get my head down and do what I know I can do. So yeah, it worked out perfect. I just waited, single file, let the commotion happen in the first turn, and just pressed it from there.
It was a perfect display, really, wasn't it? Just sort of stay out of trouble and then pick him off as you get there.
Well, some brilliant action from the big rigs, as we always see here at Brands Hatch. Plenty more to come from them later on, but for now, we'll take a short break. Welcome back to Brands Hatch Circuit, where the big rigs are ready to race once again. It's time for race 3 for the British Truck Racing Championship. And in pole position it is number 157 Jonathan Willis, the reverse grid being used from yesterday's finishing order, with the Division 1 trucks at the front, Division 2 behind. So Jonathan Willis starts on pole in truck number 157, number 81 Mark Taylor alongside him. Second row, number 18 John Newell, and number 7 the 10 times champion and former European champion Stuart Oliver. Row 3, number 11 Martin Gibson. And alongside him will be number 1 Ryan Smith, because David Jenkins, number 69, got a penalty after some contact in yesterday's race. He has to start at the back of the Division 1 trucks. Then there's a gap and we've got Division 2. That's headed up by number 10 Craig Evans. Division 2 for the slightly less powerful, less modified trucks. Alongside him is number 32 Jock Borthwick. Then we have the reigning Division 2 champion, number 3 Stephen Powell, and 68 of Craig Reed. Behind them, number 16 Brad Smith. And number 5, yesterday's winner of the second race, Adam Bintz. And finally, we should have 41 Simon Cole and number 6 John Powell. I don't think those two trucks are there, but we do have an extra truck right at the back, number 46 Bradley Smith. So we've got 2 Brad Smiths in this race. Nice and confusing for us commentators. Bradley Smith in number 46 in his Iveco. Didn't race yesterday, but he is here today and he's at the back of the field. Here we go then, the pace truck into the pit lane, up towards the red lights. When they go out, we will be underway and racing. Waiting for the lights to go out. 15 minutes of truck racing about to get underway. The power comes on, and here we go down towards Paddock Hill Bend. Almost 1,000 horsepower from most of these engines. They charge their way into Paddock Hill Bend. Jonathan Willis has run a little bit wide on the exit, and he's into the gravel. John Willis into the gravel at Paddock Hill Bend, and Stuart Oliver ploughs through the gravel as well. That was nearly a carbon copy of the start of the second race yesterday. Mark Taylor, number 81, has the lead, and in Division 2 it's 2x2 into Druids. There's contact there between Craig Evans and Borthwick in the 32 as they start to stream their way down towards Graham Hill Bend. Number 81 Mark Taylor has the lead.
Yes, unfortunate start to the race there for John Willis as he sits now in the gravel. We will be seeing any lights coming out to bring that race to a standstill or not. We can't see any flags just yet, although I think the marshals will be getting very close now to putting out some yellows. Yes, we have marshals coming out onto the track now with the yellow flags. Just a replay now of that John Willis. We also see Stuart Oliver taking a little bit of a detour there as well, but of course that little bit of extra experience getting him back on the track. And I do now see as well the red lights flashing around the circuit as the race is brought to a complete stop. Again, like you said, Dave, almost a carbon copy of what we had in the first race yesterday. The truck's now re-gridding. Looks like the marshals quick off the mark there to get them lined up again for a definite restart.
Gibson positioning himself tight to the inside to try and get up the inside. Mark Taylor positioning himself to try and move across as soon as the red lights go out and hold off John Newell. He's got to be wary of Stuart Oliver as well. Here we go. Division 2 trucks are flagged away with the Union flag, the second group. They head down towards Paddock Bend for the first time. It is Mark Taylor who has held his lead. Stuart Oliver round the outside in the number 7. John Newell in third place in the number 18. But it's Taylor who leads the way in the number 81 as they head up towards Druids for the first time. And Ryan Smith around the outside. Ryan Smith could get third place here. Not the best of starts for Martin Gibson in the number 11. Oh, we've got a tangle. Adam Bint and Jock Borthwick are in the gravel at Paddock Bend. Disaster in Division 2, and yesterday's winner could well be out of the race, and we could be seeing another red flag. It looked like Jock Borthwick spun around and Adam Bint hit the front of him. Nowhere for Adam to go there. Great cloud of dust as they went into the gravel trap, and another two trucks to be recovered there. Damage to the front of Adam Bint's Volvo White Aerodyne. I would imagine some damage to the 32 of Borthwick as well. The pace truck is into pit lane. Will it be third time lucky then with British Truck Racing Championship race 3 of the weekend? They come up towards the red lights. They go out and we're underway, and a great start this time by John Newell in the number 18 with his new MAN up the inside as they head through Paddock Bend for the first time. Let's hope nobody runs wide into the gravel this time. Newell has got the lead. In Division 2 it is Craig Reed who's made a great start in the red number 68 Iveco. Stephen Powell goes through in the second. It's Newell that leads. Mark Taylor's caught in the middle. Ryan Smith is there on the outside. This is going to be frantic. There's contact on the exit of Druids. Mark Taylor and Stuart Oliver. Taylor slides sideways, and look at Ryan Smith. He's charged through. He got the line right through Druids, going round the outside, then onto the inside for Graham Hill Bend, and he's up into second place ahead of Mark Taylor, who nearly spun coming down Graham Hill. But out in front it is John Newell. Leading Division 2 is Craig Reed.
Yeah, fantastic start to the race now. I do believe we are properly underway. Mark Taylor unfortunately dropping a few spaces back now, with Stuart Oliver looking to take the next position away from him. On board with Martin Gibson, as we can see him just creeping along behind, looking for a space, but quite a lot of clear air behind him though. There's quite a large gap before the Division 2. Craig Reed coming onto the pit straight now, just coming past John Willis, who does appear to be struggling yet again unfortunately in this race. Steve Powell looking for a space next to Brad Smith. Craig Evans for Jock Borthwick
in the paddock.
Division 2 pack heading up into Druids. The battle for second between Stephen Powell and Brad Smith. Jock Borthwick is going well. A bit of smoke from the 32, maybe just Steve. He's 11th overall. Craig Evans and Bradley Smith still behind him as the lead pack heads round towards the conclusion of another lap. Craig Reed continues to set the pace in Division 2. He took hold yesterday's race, and Bradley Smith goes off onto the grass.
So here we are in the paddock at Pembrey with Ruben Hayes qualified second.
There was any contact just before there, but Bradley in the very smart Iveco keeps it going. There's Brad Smith, his namesake, the Unity Recovery sponsored number 16, chasing Stephen Powell. Leaders heading up towards Druids once again. 3.5 seconds in it between Smith and Newell. Taylor in third, then Oliver, Jenkins, Gibson are your top 6. John Newell is being caught here by Mark Taylor in the number 81. Then it's Stuart Oliver. There's David Jenkins. A quiet race from the man from Stafford so far, former British champion on a few occasions.
And here we are with Charlie
Smith,
Hand.
going for his
And here we are with Charlie Hand.
Title this year. He's going the right way about it. He's unbeaten so far this weekend. He took the lead just a lap into this race, and look at the lead he's got here. Nearly 4 seconds up on John Newell, who's being harried now by Mark Taylor.
And here we are with Charlie Hand, qualified first in the junior saloons and leading the championship. Great start to your weekend as well.
Now pressuring Stuart Oliver for 4th position. We've got a couple of laps left to go. David Jenkins, of course, had to start from the back of the Division 1 grid. Got a penalty for some contact in one of yesterday's races. Jock Borthwick safe in the pit lane. It was an oil pipe that came off the turbo.
So here we are in the paddock at Pembrey with Ruben.
A bit of oil getting onto the hot elements of the engine. The official spotted those flames, and he did get the black and orange flag.
And here we are with Charlie Hand, qualified
technical problem call into the pits. That's the end of Jock Borthwick's race as Division 1 heads over the line. I think we'll get this and one more lap out of this. Ryan Smith leading by 7
seconds
live
with Simon Voltner.
John Newell now. The Mercedes heading for win number 3 for the weekend.
Parc Fermé. We'll go and speak to some more drivers very shortly.
Just,
right then, just as you hear, John Newell's truck starting up behind him. Is this one of those new Bluetooth keys you've got?
Yeah, it does appear to be quite
a
civil end to the proceedings after quite a few false starts this morning. Still concerned about the number 11 truck, Martin Gibson. I think a bit of work to be done before the after-lunch race this afternoon to see whether he can find some of that speed that he obviously had yesterday. Just looking down onto Clark Curves now, as we've got Ryan Smith just coming past Bradley Smith. Quite a good performance from Bradley Smith, really, if we take into consideration he hasn't driven around this track before, and of course not responsible for either of the two crashes earlier on in the races either, which is a claim on its own, I'd say.
Well, we're on the last lap of the race now, just counted down to 0, so it is going to be a hat-trick for flying Ryan Smith in the Mercedes, but who's going to be second and third? They're heading up into Druids now. Stuart Oliver under attack from David Jenkins, that's for 4th place. It looks as though John Newell is going to hang on for 2nd place, and Mark Taylor will be pleased with 3rd, but can David Jenkins get through on the inside? He's having a look. Stuart Oliver closes the door at Graham Hill Bend, gets the tail hanging out slightly over the curb. Craig Reed is heading for victory in Division 2. He's increased his lead by a few tenths of a second over Stephen Powell. Win is going to go to flying Ryan Smith in the number 1. We'll watch the battles further back for the minor placings. Checkered flag is out. Ryan Smith has come through to take the win. It's going to be John Newell who will come over in second. They've just lapped the 46 of Bradley Smith there. Mark Taylor's going to be third. David Jenkins pulls out, trying to go round the outside on the run to the line, but he doesn't quite get there. Stuart Oliver by 2 tenths of a second takes 4th, and it's going to be Craig Reed who will take Division 2. Martin Gibson dropped back into 6th position overall, but in 7th overall, here comes Craig Reed in the Iveco to take the victory in Division 2. Stephen Powell, the defending champion, will take 2nd in that division. 3 different winners in Division 2 so far this weekend. Win going to Ryan Smith by nearly 7.5 seconds ahead of John Newell, and Mark Taylor an overall podium in 3rd. Stuart Oliver 4th, holding off David Jenkins in the closing stages. Martin Gibson completing the top 6. Craig Reed 7th overall, the winner of Division 2 ahead of Stephen Powell. Then Jonathan Willis and Brad Smith completing the top 10. Bradley Smith taking 11th, and then Craig Evans a lap down completing the finishes. We lost Jock Borthwick, of course, into the pits. Now time for pickup truck racing. As we say, these trucks with 2-litre race-tuned engines. Qualifying took place yesterday, and the grid is based on that qualifying session, but with the top 6 in the times flipped around. So if you qualified 6th, you start on pole, and the fastest driver starts 6th on the grid. So the grid reads as follows. For race 1, number 71, Simon Ward from Leicestershire is on pole position alongside number 21, which is Dean Tompkins. This will be an 18-lap race. Second row, 28, the champion of 2019. The series not held in 2020, so the reigning champion, George Turicki, number 28, is on row 2. Alongside him, number 86 of Daniel Petters. The third row is the current championship leader after the first round at Mallory Park. That's number 40, Rhys Jones. And alongside him, 65, the former Rockingham Motor Speedway champion, Mark Willis. Fourth row, 72, Alan Cooper, and number 93 of Michael Smith. On row 5, number 12, Paul Tompkins, and 83, which is Dale Gents. Row 6, Danny Hunn, number 39, and Nathan Dew in number 18. Then we've got number 5 of Dan Fisher. Not sure if I saw him go through there, so he may not be there. 69, Lee Rogers alongside him. Then number 50, Jeff Dixon, starts alongside Roger Dormer on row 8 in number 7. Row 9, 35, Stephen Field, and number 13, Richard Ayling. The 10th row, 77, Chris Land, and 52, James Goldstraw, and at the back of the field, number 2, Jamie Liptrot. So we should have 21 pickup trucks out there for this one. About to get underway, the pace car comes into pit road, and here we go then up towards the red lights. When the lights go out, we will be underway, as they say in the United States. Let's go racing, boys! Away they go, and a great start by Dean Tompkins from the outside in the number 21 truck. He'll try and take the lead, but the reigning champions there on the inside. George Turicki in the yellow number 28. Up the hill they go towards Druids. Simon Ward didn't make the best of start. reverse grid.
Trucks is what I know inside out. My working life is involved in trucks. What I do, it's like a busman's holiday doing truck racing. It's a family transport business that I run now. That started with my father when I was still at school. He was at the area we're in is mainly agricultural, so he was an agricultural contractor. Then bought a truck to lead agricultural products. I liked the trucks. I didn't like the animals or the sheep or the tractors were all right until I was old enough to drive a car and then a truck. But so the trucks, is what it came from my father and passed down to myself and onto my son Michael, who's involved in it as well now. So it's a 3-generation thing. It's crazy, really. I did a bit of truck driving when I was old. When I was 18, I managed went for a special routes of courses to get my HGV license, and then I became 21 and then went to the bigger Arctic trucks. And I used to go to the truck racing in the early days as a truck driver, just watching it from the sidelines, and I always was fascinated how you could make something that was designed to carry goods go around a racetrack, and the mechanics of it, because in between being a young truck driver, I did HGV, engineering courses and apprentices and this, that and the other. So I knew the nuts and bolts of how they worked. I was just fascinated as how fast they could go. So 1988, I thought, I was, the business was, in a good position that, I would just have myself a go at it. So I'd never been on a racetrack. I went to Croft Race Circuit one Sunday morning. And did my odds test in a little Peugeot 306, and that was great fun. That was my first time actually on a racetrack behind the wheel. I was at Croft with a truck with a low loader. I then went down to Halifax to Ricky Collett, who was a long time truck racer, and bought an ERF, a very basic truck from him. Brought it back here and set to work doing to it what I thought would make it better and faster, and the rest is history. We just went forward from there, and then started. I did 1 year with that truck, did very well, won a lot of things, which I didn't ever expect. Got Rookie of the Year, and then I thought over the winter of 98, 99, I thought I'd build myself one, and then did that, and about 6 or 7 championships on the trot after that, just in the British Championship, and it did well in Europe and everything. So it just was a natural progression. Once it started, it just went on and on. People ask us about nerves. I've never been the one that never gets nervous. If you overthink something, you then get really nervous. So I just take it as it comes. But I always remember my first race was at Pembrey down in South Wales, which was a long way to go to start with. But never mind to go and do something I'd never done before. And it was certainly a baptism of fire. You're so high up, and your weight that you've got thrown you about is. In a car, you're low down, your centre of gravity is very low, so you don't roll around. In a truck, in them days, particularly 20 odd years ago, in the trucks, they were rolling around, and it was like being on the top deck of a double-decker bus with a driver that was 10 times over the drink drive limit. You were rocking around, and it was a steep learning curve. But it was good. It was great fun. It still is. You get a good buzz, it is, when there's a lot of.
And here we are then in the paddock with David Amflett, qualified first in the MGOC A class. Good start to your weekend, David.
Not bad. Can't
Tell us a bit about your lap and a little bit about driving one of these. And here we are.
100 mile an hour into a tight corner. It's versus he who dares wins type of thing, and as long as you all come out of it at the other end.
And here we are then in the paddock with David Amflett.
Great feeling, especially when.
David, thank you for your time. Best of luck with the race.
A lot of winter months, nights, days, the weekends, preparing the equipment to then achieve to win a race, for example, is that's a fantastic feeling. Yeah, well, that's right. The action, it all sort of goes step by step. Turning up on a Friday night or a Friday with the truck prepared, and you're happy with it, it's going to perform well, then go out and qualify good.
I'm here with Simon Kendrick in the paddock. Simon, second in qualifying, but first in your class. Tell us about your lap.
So it's all just a big build-up.
It was a really good session, actually. I haven't been here for a couple of years.
You mentioned nerves before.
I haven't actually raced on the new format track, so I didn't know how that was going to go, but I followed my teammate Stuart the first part, and then I had a cooling down lap, get everything nice and cold, and then went again, and it worked out really well. Got a couple of really quick laps opportunities.
At the end, so yeah, very happy.
It's the
And
pressure
not many
starts
cars
building
across
up,
the
that you're
Lancaster
thinking, well,
today,
is the
unfortunately.
truck
It's a long way to go. I'm looking forward to watching.
sound
Best of luck with the
to take
race.
it to where you want to be, you know. Ultimately, it's down to the driver, the nut that holds the wheel, to make it go around the circuit, but you still have to have reliability, and that's a lot of championships are won and lost on reliability of the equipment. The camaraderie of the team and the teams in the paddock, you know, that is a good thing. You know, you have to rely on your team. You can't oversee everything, so you know we prep all the trucks and all the equipment here before we go racing, but then, like you say, the small army of team come along, you know, sort of to help you over a weekend, and you know you have to be reliant upon them, because you can't do everything, you know. And when you're there racing, you're focused on maybe smaller things like this, you know, the setup of the truck and this stuff, but the actual mechanics, you know, the nuts and bolts of it, relying on the team, and that is very important. An average race weekend, I would say, starts the Sunday night following the previous race weekend, because you're straight away thinking what needs to be done to make the truck ideally faster, perform better, handle better, and reliable. So you coming home on a Sunday night, I'm thinking through my head, we need to do this, need to do that. So then you probably, you know, generally have a couple of weeks that you sort of think, well, you know, we'll do this, we'll repair this, we'll rebuild this, do that. So then you get everything done, plus all the setup, the awning and the transport of vehicles and, you know, tyres, brakes, everything you need, fuel. You're getting all that organised. So then you leaving here, you know, as far north as you probably can get in England to go to a race. It's sort of once you've left here on a Friday morning or a Thursday evening, you sort of you sort of have a little bit of a lull till you arrive at the circuit, and then, you know, so you get allocated your paddock area and your setup area, and then, you know, offload the race trucks, set the awning, you know, sort of set the trailers in place, set the awnings up, and all the tools and all the service equipment that you need, and the fuel bowser and compressor for you need compressed air, and the washing equipment, wash everything down. By then you're into free practice on a Friday afternoon, or, you know, sort of, or qualifying on a Saturday morning, whichever, and then you're down to the front end, you know, so the business end of what it's all about, which is ultimately to go out and win races. So yeah, well, yeah, I suppose it comes through experience, you know, but I think that part of it is pretty similar in all forms of motorsport. You know, it's your suspension setups, your tyre pressures, your sort of all your sort of your spare parts required for, you know, if you have a, you know, sort of bumper scrape or a crash or whatever, you know, your spare steel bumper parts, spare plastic panels, and, you know, down to your mirrors and everything. You have to have them all readily available, that if, you know, you have a scrape, you've maybe got an hour and a half till your next race, so you've got, you know, it could be you're putting new side panels on, you could be putting, you know, sometimes, you know, if we get wheel contact, you can't even get the wheels off to be able to put the new wheels on, because the wheels are damaged. So you have to have everything all just ready, just to do what's necessary to get it ready to go again in the next race. It was short and sweet, the season, because of the current situation, or the situation that was around at that time. Hopefully that will go away for going forward. But for Ryan, it ended very well. For myself, Dave Jenkins, Martin Gibson, I think John Newell was maybe even in the frame. It's a shame we didn't get to Brands Hatch. Personally, I love Brands Hatch, as a lot of drivers do, but I have a good history of good results there. So it was unfortunate we never got to the last round. The result hopefully would have been different in my favour. Who knows? But yeah, it was a shame. But that's racing. You never know. That's the surprise that is, you know, sort of on the cards when you go racing. You just don't know what's around the corner, or you're literally around the corner. You just got to get on with it and hope at the end of the season you're at the top end of the points and win the championship. No, that was good. It was good. You know, I have had in the past ones where they've gone down to the wire, more so in Europe than in the British Championship. But it certainly is good. Is good, exciting. It's exciting for everybody. It's exciting for the drivers, for the team. You know, so the team that's, you know, standing on the pit wall, sort of ribbing each other, and, you know, other teams as well having a go, and also the spectators enjoy it. You know, so it's It was quite unique, there's no doubt about it, because we know things were so uncertain what actually was happening. It was difficult because from the organisers and sort of promoter cap on, you rely on sponsorship and funding from various angles. Plus, you have a lot of planning and sort of arranging to do for other parties that are involved, and to get them all in line for the event to happen is hard enough. But when you have the uncertainty element of whether it's going to happen or not going to happen, sort of makes it very difficult. You've got a lot of last-minute decisions. Do we need people there? Do we not need people there? What is the situation? Is it behind closed doors? Is it, and it's even down to you guys being there. Can you come into the paddock? Can you have face-to-face contact talking to the driver? So what you've got to sort of get your plan, as it were, from the government guidelines, and then you have to sort of convey that round to everybody. Right, this is how it is, and this is what we're doing. And it was certainly challenging, but we got through it, and everybody seemed to be. Everybody understood what the requirements were, so everybody seemed to manage to be, or understanding and how it had to be.
Okay, good to hear from truck racing legend Stuart Oliver there. We are back live on air here at Pembrey Circuit in South Wales, getting ready for our next race very shortly, which is the Junior Saloon Car Championship. Big grid of identical 1600cc Citroën Saxo VTRs, drivers aged 14, 15 or 16 years of age, the training ground for the saloon car stars of tomorrow. The cars will be coming up to the grid very shortly. Before we go to the grid, we caught up with a couple of drivers down in the paddock earlier on.
So here we are in the paddock at Pembrey with Ruben Hayes, qualified second in the Junior Saloon ahead of race one. Ruben, great start to your weekend. Tell us about your lap.
Yeah, so I was kind of struggling for pace a bit in the early few laps of qualifying. I was struggling to try and keep a rhythm and really get up to the pace of the front runners. Managed to bang a few laps in later on in the session, and then just towards the end, it just had a bit of an epiphany and managed to hook it up through the complex in the middle of the track a bit better and gain a fair bit of time, which has helped put me on the front row for race one today.
And you were literally less than half a second behind Charlie, who's just to our right hand side. Can you make up that? What is the difference, half a second on a lap like Pembrey?
Oh, it's less than half a blink. It's nothing. So I think if we can get a good start on the line, it's a staggered start, so it kind of puts us at a bit of a disadvantage. But I think if we can get a good start off the line and just go full attack on lap one, then hopefully it'll pay off in our favour. And when you're in the league, you can kind of control the pace of the race, which then puts you in a good position coming onto the back end of the race.
And you're fourth in the championship at the moment. This weekend, 3 races coming up. Obviously trying to get into the top 3.
Yeah, definitely. The main aim of this weekend is to just try and take championship points off those who we need to. And obviously the main aim of every race is to go out and win. So if we can do that, then we're on for a good one.
And I've just heard you've eaten your lucky banana. Tell us about your lucky banana.
Yeah, I've got to have one before every session. Sometimes it's lucky, sometimes it doesn't seem that way, but yeah.
Well, we'll speak to you after the race. Best of luck.
Thank you.
And here we are with Charlie Hand, qualified first in the Junior Saloons and leading the championship. Great start to your weekend, Charlie.
Yeah, it's been really good so far. Obviously testing yesterday was trying a lot of different things. We just sort of nailed in qualifying and managed to get all 3 poles, so yeah, really happy with that.
Now, all of these cars kind of look the same, but something is happening in yours that are putting you on pole. What's the difference, or is it just down to you?
Well, I'd probably like to say that it was just me, but obviously the team do a really good job with preparing the cars and everything. So yes, it's a bit of everything. Obviously a lot of teamwork goes on behind the scenes to make us go fast, so yeah.
And 3 races across the weekend. Do you look after the car in race number 1, or is it all out attack from the off?
Just all attack. Obviously, you can never hold back, especially starting from the front of the grid. And we've been through this before. We had 3 races at Silverstone last round, so sort of got an idea of what's going on. So yeah, it should be good.
And last few minutes before the start of the race, do you get up to anything, or is it just chill out, relaxing, getting ready?
Just try not to overthink, really. Just keep it cool, calm, and collected, and you don't want to get too hyper and everything, and hype yourself up before the start of the race, because that's when accidents happen. So yeah, just try and keep calm and hopefully do well.
Charlie, best of luck. I think we'll talk to you later this weekend as well.
Lovely, thank you very much.
Well, the junior saloon cars, as we can see, on their green flag warming up lap. So we will take you through the grid for this first of 3 races for the youngsters in their Saxos here this weekend. Almost 30 of them out there. This is going to be an absolute cracker. The man we just heard from, number 55, Charlie Hand, is in pole position for race 1 alongside 600 Ruben Hage. The second row, 42 Will Redford. Alongside him will be 322, that's Jamie Petters. Row 3, 54 Harvey Caton and number 754 Alfie Jeekins. Then on the fourth row, 80 Aaron Walker starts alongside the rookie points leader Louis Hansel in 28. On row 5, 333 Adam Harding will start alongside Harry Hickton in 46. On row 6, 40 Matthew Cripps, and alongside him number 91 of Jack Meakin. Row 7, 98 Oliver Cottam, highest man in the points without a race win so far this year, starts alongside 871 of Jensen Bell. Then on row 8 we've got 58 Harvey Dent and number 16 Jacob Heap. The 9th row, the first of the ladies, 63 Chloe Grant alongside 29 of Scott Sumpton. On row 10 we have 77, which is Travis Chapman alongside Ashley Gregory in 22. On the 11th row, number 19 Reese Blakely will start alongside CJ Morgan in the 59. Then on the 12th row, 57 Ben Carter and number 10 Harry Smith. The penultimate row is 33 Jacob Baldry and 92 Adam Parker. And also at the back of the grid we've got one of the relative newcomers, number 7 Cole Lynch in her number 7 car. She is there at the back of the grid, the pink car there at the tail. So it'll be a standing start. They're coming up to grid now for what will be a 15-minute race plus 1 lap. So when the clock counts down to 0, we will see the last lap board go out. Charlie Hand has already scored 8 wins this year. Looking to add another one here. He scored a hat-trick at the last round at Silverstone and will look for more success here. Harvey Caton there, number 54. He's had 1 win in the opening round at Cadwell Park, but it's Charlie Hand, the man to beat on the front of the grid. Cars coming into line then for our first of 3 races this weekend for the Junior Saloon Car Championship. Championship leader Charlie Hand on pole. Ruben Hage, a race winner at Brands Hatch early this season, starts alongside him. Number 42, a relative newcomer to the championship, Will Redford in the red and black car, well up on the second row alongside 322 of Jamie Petters. Waiting for the race to get underway. Here we go then, down towards Hatchett's hairpin for the first time. And it is Charlie Hand makes a good start. Ruben Hage moves across to the inside as they run down towards the hairpin. He's got second position, side by side for third. Alfie Jeekins has made a good start from the third row in the number 754, the ex-junior rallycross driver. Goes around the outside there. He's in third position. They've all made it through Hatchett's hairpin okay so far. These identical 1600cc Saxo VTRs. Will Redford battling away in there with Jamie Petters, number 322. But it's Charlie Hand who leads from Hage, Jeekins, Caton, Petters in the blue and yellow car in 5th position. They're all away cleanly in this first of 3 races this weekend for the youngsters. Most of these drivers have come up from the world of karting, 1 or 2 short oval graduates in there. A couple who've come from the world of rallycross and autograss as well. Ruben Hage is an ex-autograss racer. 3 wide here into Brooklands. Matthew Cripps having a look up the inside there. Jack Deakin challenging him in the 91. Jack Meakin, I should say. And a bit of push and shove there in the midfield. Look at this, 4 and 5 abreast down Speedway Straight there. Spectacular stuff. Alfie Jeekins looking fired up here, chasing Ruben Hage for second, but it's Charlie Hand who leads. Harvey Caton in 4th place. All those 3 have got 1 win to their names so far this year. 2nd, 3rd and 4th in the championship. It's Charlie Hand having won 8 races so far this year. He leads the way by 0.8 of a second at the end of the first lap. Ruben Hage in the 2nd place in the Gardex car, chased by Jeekins. Then it's Harvey Caton in the Maximum Motorsport Saxo, the man from Staffordshire. Jeekins chasing hard. He's won a few races in junior rallycross here at Pembrey as well in the past in his Nissan Micra. Jamie Petters is 5th. His brother Dan Petters races in the pickup truck racing championship. Then we've got the white car of Aaron Walker, number 80, and Louis Hansel leading the rookie points is next in the order. Car that I haven't seen in there, 42, Will Redford. Now he's pulled into the pits. Will Redford unfortunately started from the 2nd row of the grid. He may have had a bit of contact on the first lap. We've lost somebody else as well. Harry Smith, number 10, has pulled off. Jack Meakin takes Oliver Cottam in 98, who's under fire from Matthew Cripps. comes from a Saloon car racing family. Matthew in classic touring car racing, among other things. As they stream their way now in single file around the Pembrey circuit. They've settled down after those frantic early exchanges. There is Oliver Cottam, number 98, 5th in the championship. The best results he's had are a couple of third places this year, though. 5 drivers have scored wins, 4 of them currently hold the top 4 places. The other winner earlier this season, Ashley Gregory, started quite a way down the grid as Matthew Cripps attacks Oliver Cottam down into the hairpin at Hatchett. He's up the inside, a little bit of rubbing in there. He gets through on the inside. That's the battle for about, looking down the order, about 9th and 10th position. Start to sort themselves out now. Still your leader is Charlie Hand by just over a second. You can see the, unlike the truck racers here this weekend, the cars use that first part of the Senna S, the truck straight line, that bit. Midfield battle continues. A little bit of damage on the front of Matthew Cripps' car there. He's got the 333 car of Adam Harding up behind him now. And there is 871, that's Jensen Bell, relative newcomer to the series. It's Hand from Hage, Jeekins, Caton, Petters, Walker up front, then Louis Hounsell. There's Harry Hickton, 46, a son of David Hickton, long-time Saloon car racer. Adam Harding in the Orex car under fire. That's from Jensen Bell. Still plenty of laps to go in this first of 3 races this weekend for the Junior Saloon Car Championship. Harvey Caton under braking for the hairpin, making a move on Alfie Jeekins. Tries for the inside there to take 3rd place away. Can he make it stick up towards Spitfires? No, Jeekins drives back around the outside and holds the place. That might be his short oval experience coming into play. He did start his career in junior hot rods on the ovals before moving into rallycross. Petters behind them, then Aaron Walker in the white car, Louis Hounsell, Harry Hickton. Behind them looks like 91 of Jack Meakin, followed by Matthew Cripps. Hand leads by 1.2 seconds, but Harvey Caton has done the fastest lap, 1:17.736, and he's chasing down Alfie Jeekins for that 3rd place. Harvey Caton has moved up from the world of karting. He was the 2-time IndyCart champion, cadet class in 2017, Rotomax in 2018. Jamie Petters, short oval graduate, under fire. He's done Ninja karts and mini stocks. He's got Aaron Walker, number 80, on his tail. Competed in the British Kart Championships in the past. 871 of Jensen Bell has fallen back a couple of places, I noticed there. There's the 77, that is Travis Chapman, under fire from number 29 of Scott Sumpton. See the front bumper coming loose on Matthew Cripps, number 40 car. He's had a bit of contact in the early stages. 91 Jack Meakin ahead of him. This is the fight for 8th, 9th and 10th. Adam Harding behind him, then behind them, then it's Oliver Cottam. Hand leads by 1.3 seconds, so just pulling away at 1/10 of a second a lap or so from Ruben Hage in 2nd place, who won an absolute cracker of a race at Brands Hatch earlier this season. Where's Ashley Gregory? Also a winner earlier this season. She's a bit further down the order, I think. Yes, down in 18th place at the moment. I think it's the first time she's raced at Pembrey. Matthew Cripps battling with Jack Meakin, trying to go around the outside on the run to Brooklands. That's a brave move. Has to lock up the brakes there slightly and doesn't get the place. Harry Hickton ahead of them in the number 46 car. Complete novice at the start of this season, never raced before. You can see a bit of damage on Jack Meakin's car. The mirror's hanging off as a result of that bit of rubbing with Matthew Cripps. Rubbing's racing, as they say. They fling their way through Honda Curve on the edge of adhesion there, back with the leading group. Jamie Petters under fire from 28. That's Louis Hounsell. He's competed in corporate karting over the last few years, won several titles, now moving into full-scale motorsports as Cripps gets past Meakin there into the hairpin. A great fight going on between these two. We've got just under 8 minutes plus that 1 lap of this race to go. Hand has now increased his lead just over 1.5 seconds ahead of Ruben Hage. They're a couple of seconds clear of Jeekins in 3rd, then it's Caton. A change for 5th there. Aaron Walker has got up into 5th. There he is, the Chandler Motorsports run car. From by ex-junior saloon car competitor Stephen Chandler and his family. They now compete in the Brick Car Endurance Championship as well. There is 322 Jamie Petters. Started his career in the Ninja karts on the short ovals. You can race those when you're as young as 6 years old. I couldn't even ride a bicycle when I was 6, never mind race karts. Louis Hansel behind him, looking to top the rookie points this year for those in their first season in this Junior Saloon Car Championship. Charlie Hand continues to lead. 1.8 seconds ahead of Ruben Hayes. This is the battle between Harry Hictor and that increasingly battered car of Matthew Cripps. One of the headlight covers is coming off now. He's up the inside though, takes the place, clean pass there into Hatchett's hairpin. Harry Hicton tries to cut back on the inside. Cripps has that place sealed. This is great stuff. Will Redford, I can tell you, is still going at the back of the field, and Harry Smith. They came into the pits at the end of the first lap to perhaps check a bit of damage. Will Redford, who's come into the championship from sim racing, learnt his craft on iRacing, competing online. He's only a couple of meetings into his career. He's had some good results so far though, but stuck at the back in this one after having to make a pit stop. Here comes Harry Hicton attacking back on Cripps. Behind them is 333, which is Adam Harding. Still your leader is Hand from Hage, then Jeekins, Caton, Aaron Walker 5th. Charlie Hand looking for win number 9 this year. Here's a battle further back. Coming up towards Carter's and Honda. The number 16 of Jacob Heap gets through on the inside. Past the 58 car, that's Harvey Dent. They've got Jensen Bell behind them. He's fallen back after a quick start. Tail enders come through up the inside. Here comes the 98 of Oliver Cotter. It looks as though Jack Meakin is about to lose another place. He's lost the wheel arch surround there, as well as the mirror. Fair bit of rubbing going on there. There go the leaders. Aaron Walker closing on Harvey Caton. Petters under fire from Hounsell still. The next group headed up now by Cripps in 8th place, having got past Harry Hicton. Charlie Hand continues to lead the way. The 16-year-old in his 3rd year of junior saloon car racing, was 3rd in the points last year, was the clear title favourite coming into this season, and he's pretty much dominated this season. Louis Hansel looking to become the top rookie in a Jeekins family prepared car. He's currently 7th in the overall points. His best results was a 4th place, a couple of 4th places actually at Silverstone in the last meeting. Bit of damage on Oliver Cotton's car there as well. He's done some rubbing somewhere. Jacob Heap heads up for this battle with Jensen Bell. Beautifully turned out car number 871 there. They charge their way through. Looks like it's Chloe Grant in behind them in the 63, the young Scottish lady racer. Won the Junior Gold Star from the British Women Racing Drivers Club last year. She's certainly one to watch. Into the hairpin. Bell moves to the inside to try to take Jacob Heap in the Lucas Oil car, and does so. Makes up the place there. That's 14th place. There's Ashley Gregory in there as well, the ex-Mini Stocks racer. She had a win on home tarmac at Knockhill earlier this season in Scotland, but well back in the pack in this one in about 16th place. 2.3 seconds is now the lead for Hand ahead of Hage. 4 seconds off the lead is Alfie Jeekins. Bit of tyre smoke there through the Senna S's. They're on the absolute edge of adhesion in these little Saxos. Jacob Heap attacking Jensen Bell. Good scrap between these two. To look down the inside into Brooklands. Bell turns in, just about holding the place. Oh, and somebody slowing there, coming off the corner. That's Oliver Cottam, I think. Number 98, so has he got some damage? Yeah, they're streaming past him, so Cottam's got a problem, I think. Whether it's damage as a result of that rubbing we saw earlier on, he might have a puncture, quite possibly. Here's Jamie Petters, 322, still in 6th position, still holding off Louis Hounsell. You can see a number of the cars with the orange heart stickers on them, saying thank you to our marshals. There goes the leader. Charlie Hand getting away all the time. He's got the fastest lap as well, 1:17.624. Ruben Hayes still second, and Jeekins, Caton and Walker. The top 5 seem fairly set in stone. We've got 2.5 minutes to go, plus 1 lap. Don't forget, it's not checkered flag when the clock counts down to 0, unlike in our truck races. We will see the last lap board go out when the clock goes to 0. Well, they may only be young racers, these teenage stars. Their racecraft is certainly excellent. Driving standards very rigorously enforced in junior saloon cars. Jacob Heap closing up on Jensen Bell there. Behind them looks like Chloe Grant. There goes our leader. Charlie Hand looking for win number 9 this season. 3rd in the points last year. 45 points clear of Harvey Caton in the championship standings coming into this race. And he'll increase his lead still further here. Alfie Jeekins 3rd in the points, 6 ahead of Ruben Hayes. Here's the battle further back, number 58, Harvey Dent ahead of Bell, Heap and Grant. Jacob Heap goes for the inside under braking for Hatchett's hairpin in the 16. This is lap 11. He's up the inside, all they lean on each other, and Bell goes rally crossing in the 871. He'll lose out to Chloe Grant as well, just ran out of room there on the outside. He's lost a couple of spots there. Jensen Bell in the 871 puts him down to about 14th place. Behind them, number 19 of another young Scotsman, Rhys Blakely. He's won a number of karting trophies in his career so far. Still the fight continues between Heap and Chloe Grant to the inside. Meanwhile, here's a battle at the back. There's Cole Lynch, one of our newcomers. She's just lost out to the recovering Will Redford. There's Louis Hounsell still chasing Adam Harding. So Harding's got through there. That's into 7th place. And he's split the battling pair of Petters and Hounsell. So Adam Harding on a bit of a charge here. It'll be last lap next time around because there's only 20 seconds left on the clock. Here's the battle for second. Jeekins has closed up on Hayes. So there's battles developing everywhere you look in the closing stages of race 1 for the Junior Saloon Car Championship. There goes Hand. Now Ruben Hayes under real pressure for second place because Jeekins took over half a second out of him on the last lap. Through the Senna S. Can Alfie Jeekins take second place away? He knows the rallycross course at Pembrey very well. His days in various junior rallycross classes. He's going for the inside into Brooklands. Hayes gives him room. And into second place goes Alfie Jeekins, or does he? Or does he? Because Hayes gets his foot down and fights back there side by side on the run up towards Carter's Curve. This is going to be close. Up towards the right-hander. Jeekins has got the inside. He'll hold second place. Then it's the short sprint past the pit lane entrance up towards Honda Curve. Hayes will surely attack back at the hairpin. There's Harvey Caton 4th and sideways in 5th. That is... That's Matthew Cripps up there in number 14. He must have been into the pits. Yes, he's a lap down. So Cripps has been in the pits, presumably, to check on some damage to his car. He may have got the black and orange flag, which signals mechanical issue and you need to call into the pits. We didn't get notification of that, but I would imagine that's what's happened, just to check that bit of bodywork damage. Ashley Gregory gets past Scott Sumpton there further back. Well, there's the lead for Harvey Caton. For Charlie Hand, I should say. Harvey Caton closing up, I should say, on our second place fight. Here's Rhys Blakely under fire. Side by side with Chloe Grant, who makes up another place. Jensen Bell recovering in there as well in 871. Here's the fight for second. Ruben Hayes fighting back, and look at Caton really getting into this now as well. The harder 754 and the 600 battle, the more the 54 of Caton's been able to close in. It's 3 for second place now. Here comes Caton, he's going to try and take both of them. 3 wide towards Carter's Curve. This is terrific stuff. Really ramping up in the closing stages. Caton's up the inside, he's got both of them. Brilliant from Harvey Caton, and Hayes goes onto the grass. Hayes out wide, 3 into 1, didn't quite go there. It was Hayes who was on the outside, he lost out. Meanwhile, up to the checkered flag comes Charlie Hand, who is going to be second. They're up towards the line, Caton's going to get there. 3rd is Jeekins, 4th is Hayes, and Aaron Walker 5th. Terrific finish there. Harvey Caton then gets the second place, a brilliant move there on the last lap. Petters is 6th, Harding 7th, Louis Hounsell is 8th, Harry Hickton 9th, the rather battered car of Jack Meakin is 10th. Next across the line will be Harvey Dent, then it's Jacob Heat, plenty of battling for him, then Chloe Grant, Jensen Bell and the rest of them. Here's a fight towards the back, the 77 of Travis Chapman, and that's number 33, Jacob Baldry, who's come through from the back of the grid in the green car. We'll confirm the full results in a moment as across the line come the 57, that's Ben Carter, 92 Adam Parker. I think we've only got one non-finisher, Oliver Cotton pulled into the pits. Everybody else, there were a couple of pit callers in that one, but they kept going. But it is Charlie Hand, win number 9 this season, extends his championship lead, and he'll get the point for fastest lap as well. 1:17.624. One of the stars of that race, Harvey Caton, second place on the last lap in a 3-wide move at 6.3 seconds off Charlie Hand. It shows how hard they were battling. They really dropped away in the closing stages, but look at that for second. Half a second covering the next 3. Caton second, Alfie Jenkins third, Ruben Hayes fourth, fifth went to Aaron Walker, Jamie Petters in sixth, then Adam Harding, a good run from him, Louis Hounsell taking 8th place, Harry Hickton 9th, Jack Meakin rounding out the top 10, then in 11th place was the number 58 of Harvey Dent, 12th for Jacob Heap in number 16, Chloe Grant was 13th, Jensen Bell 14th, and Reese Blakely rounding out the first 15. Ashley Gregory might be a little bit disappointed with 16th ahead of Scott Sumpton, then CJ Morgan in number 59 was 18th home. 19th place went to the number 57 of Ben Carter, 20th was Adam Parker, and Travis Chapman, Jacob Baldry and Cole Lynch, the last finisher on the lead lap. Matthew Cripps, Will Redford and Harry Smith, they all got to the finish but a lap down after making pit visits. Oliver Cottam, sadly the only retirement. Well, a great fight for second there, but Charlie Hand missed out on all the fun as he was up front and went on to take the win. 9 wins this year now for Charlie Hand. He'll score 26 points there, having also got the point for the fastest lap. Harvey Caton will strengthen his position in the championship in second as well. Alfie Jenkins third, Ruben Hayes fourth, so they finished in championship order, the top 4. With that retirement for Oliver Cottam, Aaron Walker, I think, will jump into 5th place in the championship as well. Top rookie home was Jamie Petters in 6th place, but it's still Louis Hounsell who is the best rookie in the points.
Charlie, that looked quite easy.
Get some interviews with them in a moment, so being interviewed for the circuit PA, I think, at the moment.
And you obviously didn't really see what was going on behind, but there was a lot of...
Our next race coming up here at Pembrey will be a little later on for the British Truck Racing Championship, with Ryan Smith and Craig Reed going for their doubles, but of course the top 8 finishers from each division in race 1 will be reversed for the second race.
Congratulations on the win, more championship points in the bag.
And then we'll have the MGs out later on. Six races coming up tomorrow from our 3 divisions we're covering this weekend as well. 3 truck races, 2 from the junior saloon cars, and we'll see the MGs for their second race as well, the Lancaster Insurance MG Owners Club Championship. It is their final meeting of the year. We'll introduce them to you a little later on. They'll be the last race of the day here at Pembrey this Saturday evening.
You must be happy to get up onto the podium on the second step. Some good championship points in the bag.
Yeah, we're trying to keep with Charlie at this point in the championship, but it's good that I could catch second, and I really didn't think I was going to get a podium this round, but luckily made it work, and yeah, it's good for me.
What's the plans for next year? Anything in the pipeline yet?
We're still really discussing that. I'm not sure what we're going to. We're trying to decision
Staying with the tin tops? Okay, well congratulations on your second place today. And third place, Alfik, well done. I mean, you guys are tall, aren't you? Not going to be a single-seater racer then? Where are you heading for, GTs or something like that then?
We're not sure at the minute.
A little bit of news just come through from the British Truck Racing Championship.
And as far as this one's concerned,
From race number 1 earlier on, we've had an amended result come through. Martin Gibson, number 11, has been given a 20-second penalty. Now, we mentioned earlier on the trucks are limited to 100 miles an hour. And if the truck is found, when the officials check it, it's found to have exceeded that 100 miles an hour limit during the race at any point, then the driver will be penalised. That's what's happened to Martin Gibson. So he has been penalised down to 9th overall and 8th in Division 1 in our first race. So more bad luck for Martin Gibson on what's been a difficult day for him so far. Martin Gibson, a 20-second penalty from our first truck race of the day for overspeeding. The officials do check the trucks after every race. But I think we can now hand down to Park Fermé and talk to some of our junior saloon car drivers.
So here we are in Park Fermé after the junior saloon cars, and I'm surrounded by girls in a male-dominated sport. Congratulations, girls. I'm going to start with you, Chloe. How was the race for you?
It was pretty good, yeah. I mean, it was really hard. Everyone's really pushing, and I know I want to change about the car to make it go that bit faster. But I'm happy getting 13th and no damage, so positives.
I mean, bringing it home safely is really important, isn't it?
Yeah, because I did actually, unfortunately, have a really big crash yesterday at testing, so I'm using a spare car today. But yeah, I was just thinking back off a bit just in case.
So in an unfamiliar car today as well?
Yeah, completely. It's a whole different new thing. Just the braking is so much shorter and the gear stick's completely different and so much easier to change gear now.
And Ashley, obviously lots of boys on the grid. What's it like? Are you racing each other as girls, or are you racing against everybody here?
Racing against everyone, it's kind of like your own sport. You all want to win, so everyone against everyone really. We're all friends like in the paddock, and then as soon as we get on track, that's it.
And you got one race today, 2 more races tomorrow. Do you do anything overnight with the cars? Make anything different to get better performance tomorrow?
We'll just change a few setup things, go through the footage, make sure there's no problems, just general check over, and then we go again.
Fantastic. And yourself, Hope, happy with your performance in that race?
I know I need to improve on next time. So.
What's that?
I think on some of the corners, like especially the ones where they're tight, I think I need to improve on them, just not going so wide.
And what would you say to girls watching that want to get involved in motorsport?
I'd say just go for it. Like, I think when you're in the cars, it doesn't matter if you're a girl or a boy, you're all competitors.
Absolutely fantastic. Best of luck for the rest of the weekend. Thank you so much for your time, girls. Back to you guys.
Well, great to hear from the young lady racers in the junior saloon cars. Chloe Grant, Ashley Gregory and Cole Lynch. Our 3 ladies racing this weekend. Cole Lynch, a relative newcomer to the championship. She's done well so far. It's great to see the girls mixing it with the lads in the Saxos. We'll see them back out tomorrow. There'll be a short break from the action now. We'll show you some highlights from some of our past events on BARC TV and be back in action a bit later on with our second race of the weekend of 5 races in total for the British Truck Racing Championship.
We've always been involved in trucks. So when my father started business 40 years ago, we've always been involved in trucks.
Why choose to race trucks over cars?
Another part of our business is Road Tankers Northern, and we build fuel tankers. And we used to build a lot of fuel tankers for British Fuels. And Brian Garnett was the fleet engineer there, and he was racing in the European Championships. And he needed a transporter taken to Harama for the weekend, so I got the job of taking the transporter to Harama. And then after that, he asked me if I fancied having a go in one of his trucks at one of the events the following year. And that's when we started doing the British Championship. I think that was 98. And then in 99, we won the Rookie of the Year. 2000, we won the Division 2 Championship. And then we built a new truck and went into Europe in 2001. And then I had a gap for 18 years and come back in 2019 for a full season I did a little bit end of 18, but then did the full season in 19, and then obviously a bit of a short season last year, and then hopefully a full season this year. We was doing the full European in 2001, and the time away from work just wasn't viable anymore to carry on racing, because we were that busy expanding the businesses and trying to move them forward that we had to pack in racing, sell all the kit, and then really didn't think about coming back until MEN approached us in 2018 at the beginning.
You jumped straight back into racing, didn't you, very quickly, and were finding success fairly fast with your new MEN?
Yeah, it was a big difference from what I was used to driving from years ago. It took quite a bit of getting used to, but we seem to be getting better and better as time goes on. More seat time, the better we get.
How does driving a race truck compare to driving a truck on the road? Tell us.
No comparison, completely different. The only thing what's pretty much the same is the two axles, and the base engine is a road engine that we use.
How much work goes into preparing a truck for a typical race weekend?
We'll have an engineer what comes over from Germany who works with us, Stefan, and he'll spend 4 or 5 days getting the truck ready prior to an event. There's a lot of work behind the scenes what people don't see to get everything ready, and obviously getting the truck ready and presented in the right form on the track.
It's how much work goes into setup?
Quite a lot really. It's all on track temperature, tyre pressures, damper settings, spring settings. There's a lot of work, roll bar settings. It's more setup changes than part changes. There might be the odd time that we change spring rates or change diff ratio, but it's not very often. As a German engineer and a couple of the European truck racing boys are all racing in this European truck racing simulator, and my engineer's been trying to get us to get one for a bit, so we ended up purchasing one a couple of weeks ago. It's been set up in Europe for the ETRC Racing Championship. My truck's on it with all right colours, livery, sponsors, and we've done quite a bit of simulator work now which transfers back to the truck, so we can do, it's basically keeping you fresh for when you go to the next event, so you know the corners, you know the track, you know the braking points, and you can take, so obviously you can try a lot of things in simulator which ain't going to smash your truck up because you just press exit and start again. It's more of a knowledge of turning points, braking points, and just keep replaying it time and time again, so when you get to that track you know every part of the track. I think we're the only backed team in the UK by MEN. We have 3 people from his business in Sheffield, obviously an engineer what comes over from Germany, and then a couple of lads from the haulage company side.
John, tell us about your new race truck.
We've just started to redesign a new race truck. We've had it built in Germany. It come over last week, and then we're just waiting for bits to be finished off at paint shop, and then we can start putting it back together.
And how long do you think it's going to be before the project is ready to roll for the new season?
About 3 to 4 weeks maximum. All the bits are made for it, so it's just a case of putting it all together and then go testing.
And tell us about the safety gear that race trucks have.
There's always side impact bars, front impact bars, rear. The roll cage is heavy duty, 5-point harnesses, carbon fibre seats, everything. The limitation of 100 miles an hour is about the forces where it hits the barrier. The safety measures are very, very good, so it's very unusual for a massive accident to turn out the wrong way.
It is certainly one of the safer motorsports in Britain, isn't it?
Yeah, definitely. You see a lot worse accidents in a lot of other motorsport. We've just got to keep moving forward. I think in 2019 we were 3rd, and then 2020 was just a bit part season, so it started off well at Donington and we were leading the championship, and then it was just 2 meetings close back to back which fell apart for us really. So we're looking forward to 2021 being a more successful season.
How has the pandemic had an effect on your racing life and your business life?
Racing life, it's completely stopped it really. We've just gone on to more development and moving things forward with a new truck really, getting ready for 2021. As far as the work side of it, because we're classed as Key 1 workers for the waste and chemical and food industry, we've worked all the way through, we haven't stopped.
You had quite a notorious moment during the 2020 season as you were involved with Tom O'Rourke in a major incident at Thruxton.
I was, I think, 5th, and we were just keeping on the back of 4th, minding his own business, going through the second corner.
Right, here we are, they're halfway between the pit lane and Park Firm.
Right hand side. and that was the first bit I knew about it. Wasn't expecting it. There was not much damage, just a bit of panel damage and one sidebar, what to call the impact. That was it, really.
Right, here we are. They're halfway between the pit lane and Park Fermé on a little bit of tarmac, but we are with Charlie Hand, the race winner. He qualified.
And it was more about Tom, really, where he was going more than anything else.
How's he doing now? I believe he's coming back to race this year, isn't he?
Yeah, he's coming back to race. I believe he's going to do the European Championship this year.
Tell us what a typical race weekend is like for you.
We usually get down there on the Wednesday or Thursday, get set up, and then it's usually do some testing on a Friday.
It was an interesting last couple of laps, but 2 more races to come tomorrow. You're on top of the world in the Junior Saloon Class Championship.
In total, we take 6 people with us. We just want to get some more seat time in the British and have a go at winning the British Championship, and then have a look to move into Europe. There's going to be quite a few people this year. There'll be Ryan, there'll be David Jenkins, there'll be Stuart Oliver, Martin Gibson, Ricky Collett. They'll all be in the mix or there or thereabouts. There seems to be a lot more people getting involved in it now. The quality of the sport seems to be rising.
How does Pembrey rate against all the races
and a lot of heavy investment put in by the teams. I think with the truck sport taking it over and DVD media and commercial motor and truck and driver getting it more publicity out there about the events, I think it'll grow the sport.
Do you think perhaps one day we could see a World Truck Racing Championship, or is that a bit of a challenge logistically, would you think?
I think it'd be too much of a challenge logistically. I know they have a championship in Brazil, and obviously there's the European Championship.
Right, here we are. They're halfway.
The single country series is like the French, the British. But I think the European will still be the main one.
Do you think this could be possible? Is perhaps a Stars of the Past or Masters style race with some of the greats of the European Championship past? Do you think that could be possible someday?
Yeah, you'd think so, wouldn't you? There's still quite a few of them still involved in truck racing in one way or another. Either it's running a team or coming out now and again to race, like Gert Cobry comes out for Nürburgring every year.
Who do you think is the greatest truck racer of all time?
Oh, that's difficult. There's been so many over the years, isn't there? There's a lot to choose from. Present at the moment, Jochen Arn's got to be the man to beat, isn't it, really? The Norbert Kiss is coming on strong now. He's going to be hard to beat.
I know we get quite, at Brands Hatch in particular, we get 1 or 2 of the Dutch drivers regularly come over. But will the new travel restrictions obviously perhaps prohibit that?
Yeah, it'll slow it down a bit at the moment. I think it'll be more like 2022. Before you start seeing a lot of people starting to come over to British.
Is there a circuit in the UK, or more than one circuit in the UK, you'd like to see the championship visit?
Yeah, I'd like to see it visit Silverstone. My favourite's Donington. It's just a nice flowing circuit. There's a bit of everything there, and it's always keeping you on your toes.
What about taking these things down the quarter mile at Santopod?
Yeah, it could be an option, couldn't it? If somebody could put it together. It'd be a good thing. It'd be something that would get the public interested.
Well, we get some of the biggest crowds at the circuits. I think at one time truck racing was second only to the British touring cars.
Yeah, the crowds are very, very good for the truck racing. The numbers are usually quite high, and especially in Europe. I'm sure truck racing in Europe's only second to Formula One. It's more of a family sport than majority of motorsports. You always see kids from a couple of years old all the way to grandparents turning up. You always get the full family. It's a big factor to get the partners what's involved in all the truck manufacturing, the truck spares, trailer manufacturing. If you can get all them on board at the convoy events, you usually get your big truck manufacturers like MAN, Volvo, Scania, DAF, all turning up to these events, which the publicity from it's great.
You get a lot of companies have come into the championship as sponsors that way as well. I believe that's how Tom O'Rourke, as you mentioned, started.
Yeah, that's correct. Tom used to sponsor Dave Jenkins, and then he sponsored the British Championship, and that's what got him into the sport. But you can get quite a bit of help from the parts and the manufacturers for sponsors, really, like oils, and we get a lot of help from like Techstar, Exol, MAN, all them type of people. We've just signed a new deal with Axon Belsickens, who sponsor McLaren, so they supply all us paint and everything for all the support vehicles, the race truck, and it's either work or racing, no in between.
No hobbies outside of racing at all?
No, just keeping fit, that's all. You've got to keep pretty fit, because when you've been in there for 15-20 minutes, there's plenty of calories getting burnt while you've been in there.
How much training do you do?
Train every day, do a CrossFit style workout just for more cardio work. If it's a full season, we want to be challenging for the Division 1 Championship if we can, or thereabouts. I've raced at Nürburgring, done Zolder, Nagaro, Harama, Most. I've done a lot.
What would you say is the best moments of your racing career?
Probably at the Nürburgring in 2000. We was in an old Ford Cargo. I think there were about 30 on the grid and we qualified about 18th. And with the rain, the Evans Open, the rain come down, and we went from 18th to 6th in the first corner, and held it for quite a few laps before it dried out, and then all the bigger powered machines went past us.
Must have been such a rush coming off the rolling start in that one.
Oh, crazy, crazy, it was brilliant.
Set you up nicely for the reverse grid format that the British Championship uses as well.
Yeah, it's a good format. It's a good format. It gives everybody a chance.
Why do we race trucks? Well, good question. Really, we come from a truck background, and that's one of our main jobs, is HGV repairs and engine reconditioning. Anything other than trucks really wouldn't have been suited to our background. We don't just jump into a truck and decide to go and race it. There has been other factors in that. My first racing experience was in one of these, not this one. I raced about 10 years ago in a different truck. From about the age of 7 or 8, I used to go with Dave Jenkins and his race team. That's really where we got into truck racing. And my dad and my brother used to repair even his dad's engine in his race truck. So that sort of where the racing background stems from. And I'm no bigger than that wheel, and you stood next to it. It's an absolutely on a different scale to any sort of car racing or anything else motorsport related, really, bikes or cars. Being part of the team, it is something pretty special. 12 years ago, I had a go in a Volvo FM lorry of Andy Lovenbury's. Did about 3 meetings. We used to help Andy with his truck and preparing his truck, and when he got a second one, we had a go with that. Sit there for the first time on a racetrack with 12, 15 other trucks. You sit there and you think you must be absolutely crazy. I'd done my heavy goods licence, but I'd never actually got any actual driving experience on the road. I've been around trucks all my life, so I've driven trucks, but not on the road, and certainly not 100 mile an hour on a track. About 4 years ago, when we were at Donington Park, a group of us went, we were watching them thunder down the start-finish line, and thought, shall we build one? We all stood there and went, yeah, maybe we should. 3.5 years later, this pops out the garage. When we were building it, Luke's is obviously as much to do with the build quality of it. Me and my brother, my nephews have built the truck from literally 2 chassis rails. It took a long time, over the space of like 3.5 years, but we got there in the end with a lot of help from a lot of people. Like I say, we've been involved with Dave Jenkins for a long time, and he's helped us the best he possibly can. He's given us parts for it and all sorts of things. Advice, going and looking at his truck just to see how the best to bolt it together. Just simple things that we wouldn't have thought of. When you've got 20, 25 years experience, like somebody like Dave, you can't not take that experience on board. When you speak to other people in the paddock, the bond and the community at truck racing is far different than anything else in the race world. We had a knock at Thruxton, smashed the side guard in the side rail, and people couldn't help enough. If you need a welder, we've got a welder. If you need a side guard, there's one in my stores, right? You can go and get it, bolt it on, do whatever it needs to do to get us back out on track. And you can't thank people enough for that. I just get in it I sit behind the wheel and I try and pedal it around the track as quick as I can. But the involvement that other people have got to get the truck ready to go, and obviously without any of them it wouldn't be possible for me to even get in it and drive it around the track. That's what being part of a team is like. Obviously everybody has put something into it. You want us to do good, and you want to do good for them because everybody's time and effort goes into it. And you do want, obviously, to try your best, and put it around the track. It certainly gives you extra inspiration while you're sat here and it's a million bits on the floor and stretching out. I'm not going to get that together for next weekend, but then you think, no, come on, we'll do it. Everybody's put the time and the effort in and try and get the truck loaded the weekend before the race meeting, but that never usually happens. We usually end up working late most nights that week, work-wise, to try and leave at a reasonable time on Friday. Again, that doesn't always work, and we get there at like midnight or something daft. But try and get there early on a Friday, really, for us is the key, so that you're not completely knackered for the whole weekend. But this is by no means a jolly for the weekend. I don't know what people's perception of truck racing is. You're certainly more knackered by the end of the weekend than you are at the beginning of the weekend. The lads in the pits and in the paddock, every race you come in and you've got to get wheels and tyres off. They aren't diddly little things that you can pick up. It's a more, it's a gruel. You're getting ready to go out, and it's not just a 15-minute race or a 20-minute race. You're getting ready half an hour before the race. You get in, you're strapped in, your helmet's on, you're ready to go, right? And you're thinking about what you're going to be doing from the off. As soon as you get onto the track and you're waiting to get going, you've got such an adrenaline buzz, it's all gone. And then once you've got around that first corner, and it's usually carnage happening around you. But we are fairly new at it, and we do just take it as it sort of comes. We've only done 4 meetings with this truck, with the COVID and everything, so it's been more difficult than it would usually be. Maybe it was in a way better that it was a short season, because obviously brakes isn't gentle. I'd have loved to have done more races, but that just wasn't to be. We managed to make 1 meeting in 2019, and then we did 3 in 2020. So it's like a good warm-up with the last one in 19, so we got the winter break in as would have been. You always learn something new at every meeting, whether it's just how we look after the truck when we're back in after a race and getting better at it, or obviously me driving it on the track. Well, from that point of view, I can't wait until there's like plenty of spectators back. And one of the main things you do when you're building a truck is you want people to come and look at it, and you want people to see it for what it is. And having that community feeling about it, where people can just wander in and look around the truck and look at the truck, is something you don't get with all classes of motorsport. Seeing the kids' faces like, wow, Daddy, look at this, it's great. A few good friends who were here every weekend helping us to prep it for the weekend, but even when we were building it, like I say, my brother, me and my nephew, the time that's gone into this thing. We weren't fortunate enough to be able to go out and just buy one off the shelf and go and race it. We built everything from nothing. You know, a lot of people will build them in 6 or 8 months. It took us 36 months, but we got there in the end. Appreciate it more when you've physically put every nut and bolt on it, as a team, as a family. It just feels such a sense of achievement. And obviously everybody who's helped us, like I say, it wouldn't be possible without like Dave Jenkins giving us as much help and support as he possibly could. He's even been up here and shown us where we're going wrong or what we need to do. And then obviously we're lucky enough to have all these sponsors on it that have helped us in massive ways. But being from the beginning, people have come on board before we even had a truck to help us to build it. So you just really can't thank people enough for that. Most of these sponsors have been on it from the off, before we even had a truck to show them. And they've been happy with what we do, that they wanted to help us even to build the truck. So a lot of that comes from our work that we do. We work on a lot of these people's vehicles and we send work to people. And we use everybody who's on this truck, we either use or work for. We've managed to get the truck in one end of the workshop, but we're mainly diesel engine reconditioners and repairs. So we've got a good team here, and we like to think we do a good job of what we do, and that reflects with this end, because we obviously look after the customers and they try and look after us where they can. When somebody says to you, what do you do in your spare time, and you say, I've got a 5.5 ton race truck that I like go around the track at 100 miles an hour. First of all, they're like, wow, and then they go, are you crazy? And sometimes I think I am crazy. This isn't just something that you just do as a spur of the moment thing. It's not like I'm just going to go out and buy a little race car for track days or something. We're going to build a race truck. It's like, Gone right wide up right somewhere there, or
something in the water in these parts. I
it
think
must be
Dave
something
Jenkins
around
down the road.
here. Dave Jenkins just down the road. There's Reed Trucks Port just up the road. It must be something around here. I don't know what it is. It'd be better off moving.
Live action continues shortly here at Pembrey Circuit in South Wales here on BARC TV then. We'll be underway fairly shortly with our second race of the day for the British Truck Racing Championship. Over 15 minutes, we'll bring you the grid in a few minutes time. We close the day with the Lancaster Insurance MG Owners Club Championship. That will be a 20-minute race. Slightly reduced grid for the MGs today because few of the drivers not making the long journey to South Wales, but they'll be entertaining as always. They're always great fun. The Lancaster Insurance MG Owners Club drivers, MGs of all ages, from the classic MGBs and midgets up to the more modern ZRs and everything in between. We will see out later on, but it's the big rigs who will go racing shortly. Tomorrow we begin with truck racing at 9:45 AM. That's followed by the second race, the final race of the season for the Lancaster Insurance MG Owners Club. Then that's followed by the second race of the weekend for the junior saloon cars. Another truck race just after the lunch break. This one. It's the final race for the JSCC. They incidentally still have 2 rounds of their championship to go after Pembrey. They've got a double header at Donington Park later on in October, and then at Brands Hatch in November. And then the British Truck Racing Championship closes out the day. They have 1 meeting to go. That's Brands Hatch on Bonfire Weekend with their traditional end of season firework display and that extravaganza. So that's what's coming up for tomorrow here at Pembrey. Join us from 9:45 AM for live action here on BARC TV. We will shortly have the trucks out onto track once again for their second race. An amended grid has been issued for that one, as we mentioned earlier. Martin Gibson, number 11, given a 20-second penalty for overspeeding, exceeding the 100-mile-an-hour limits for the trucks. They are limited electronically and checked by the officials. If ever there's a problem with the system and they do exceed 100 miles an hour, then they will be penalised, as Martin Gibson has been. But it does mean that he will start on pole for their second race, having finished 8th in Division 1, because the top 8 finishers in each division are flipped around. Any retirements or non-starters from earlier races go at the back. Of course, for today, Simon Faulkner, as a novice, starts right at the back of the grid. He's been given special dispensation to start from the back for today's races. Whether that continues tomorrow, we don't know. Okay, the trucks will be out in a few minutes' time then. But meanwhile, our man down in the paddock, good old Pointy, has been talking to some more of our truck racers.
And we're live with Simon Faulkner here in Parc Fermé after the first race I've seen you in the BTRC. Tell me, sir, who are you?
I'm new to this game. That's who I am.
Very new indeed. Where'd you come? What's your name? Where'd you come from? Well, we know your name, but where'd you come from?
We're just outside Portsmouth.
Okay.
Just outside North Portsmouth, so yeah.
And where did we get the truck? Obviously it's an Iveco, which only we see usually from the Reed family.
It's an ex-Simon Reed truck, which I bought many months ago. New engine in it. Done a lot of work to it.
It looks very nice.
It's suddenly come together in the last few days, really.
Now, you were telling me earlier on, just before we went live, that the engine wasn't even finished properly until about 6 o'clock this morning. You were ready to race.
6:30 Thursday night, we had this truck together.
Oh, right.
Straight onto the lorry.
And then, so you hadn't even finished with the final tweaks?
Hadn't even finished. We're still tweaking now. They've
Wow.
got panels off inside. We're still getting bits done.
So fast forward to the second race of the day, where you'll of course, due to reverse grid, be starting in the very front of the Division 1 pack. Have we got any plans to make that stick?
No, I've decided not to do that.
You decided not to do that?
I can't be bashing my truck up just yet. I can't
Well, you won't bash it up. It's the other Division 1 drivers.
Everybody else, they'll pick me, won't they? And they'll go bang, bang, bang.
Rubbing is racing. You bought some red paint, I take it?
No, I've got no spare paint, see, no spare panels, so I can't afford to do it.
Right, I see.
Because it's been so much of a rush to get there.
It's a bit, yeah,
it's
right.
A bit like that.
Well,
Go on. Say a massive thank you to Craig Reed. Massive thank you to Craig Reed. Without Craig Reed, I wouldn't be here now. He has been amazing.
He's a true gentleman, Craig Reed. He has a fantastic name up and down the paddock.
Yep.
Really,
And
really
honestly,
great
without
guy.
him, this wouldn't be together.
Now, Craig Reed likes to think of himself as a malted milk. You earlier on were speaking about ginger nuts, is that right?
No, shortbreads.
Shortbreads, changed his mind to shortbreads, ladies and gentlemen. Shortbreads here at Pembrey, Wales, and that's all for now down in Parc Ferme. We'll go and speak to some more drivers very shortly. Right then, just as you hear John Newell's truck starting up behind him, is this one of those new Bluetooth keys you've got?
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah,
just press key and go.
Fantastic result, finishing top three, third place for the first race of the weekend. Couldn't quite make it past Stuart Oliver, unfortunately.
No, we did have to start. We got into second, but then made a mistake into turn one, and Stuart come up the side of us and then pulled a little bit of a gap, and we just settled for third. It was a good race.
Hey, look, a podium's a podium at the end of the day. Still great for the points. Quickly onto some other drivers. What do you feel about the 1 point difference in the championship between Newell and between Jenkins and Gibson at the moment?
Oh, it's going to be tight all the way to end, isn't it?
Are you going to be getting involved in the tussle, or are you going to try and steer clear?
Right in the middle of it.
Right in the middle of it. Well, someone's going to keep them separated.
Yeah.
So going into race 2, you're going to be quite far back now, of course, due to the reverse grid. Are we going to manage to fight through the pack?
Yeah, a bit more fun, isn't it? Definitely. Starting at back, so we'll see how far we can get up.
And we do like fun here in British truck racing.
Oh, definitely.
So just to quickly bring you in on what's going on this morning. So far, we've got Martin Gibson, who's a party ring biscuit. We've got Craig Reed, who's a malted milk, and we've just had ginger nut from Simon Faulkner. What biscuit would you say best describes your racing style?
None.
None? Doesn't like biscuits?
No, not all.
Unbelievable. So you go for a piece of fruit and a quiet sit down?
That's the one.
Well, there you go. You heard it from the horse's mouth himself. Ladies and gentlemen, John Newell, thank you very much for joining us, John.
Yes, thank you.
Did look a fairly easy race for you.
John Newell doesn't like biscuits. Me and you are no longer friends, John. Anyway, getting ready for our second truck race. Let's have a look at the grid. It is Martin Gibson who will be on pole after receiving that penalty, alongside number 81 of Mark Taylor. Second row 45, Tony Smith and Tom O'Rourke in 86. David Jenkins leading the points in number 69 is on row 3 alongside John Newell, number 18, and then the top two from race 1, Stuart Oliver, number 7, number 1, Ryan Smith going for his double in the Mercedes. We'll find they're going tough from there though, not the easiest track to overtake on here at Pembrey. Then there's a gap, and we've got the Division 2s. Number 10, Craig Evans, heads them up alongside 32 of Jock Borthwick. Had a couple of grassy moments in the first race. Alongside, next row rather, number 6, John Powell, alongside 5, Adam Bint. Then we've got number 3, Stephen Powell, overtook Adam Bint late on for second in Division 2 race 1, and Craig Reed, number 68, the race winner alongside him. Then we probably won't have 46, Bradley Smith, after his accident in qualifying this morning. We'll wait to see whether he has repaired the truck. You know, he was having a lot of help. Craig Reed, among others, were helping out in the paddock earlier. 99, Paul McCumsky. I hope we do see Paul in his Volvo race. We haven't seen much of him this year. Simon Faulkner, as you've just heard, starts at the back in his Division 1 Iveco, our novice, here this weekend.
Well, congratulations on the second place again, more championship points.
The truck's not yet out onto circuit. They will be very shortly. Craig Reed continuing his march towards what looks like his first Division 2 title in the Iveco Stralis. David Jenkins, Martin Gibson and Ryan Smith fighting for Division 1. Some of our spectators there, the Welsh flag is flying, look. Let's hope the rain stays away for them. Don't say too much, don't want to put the curse of the commentator on things. I remember doing the PA commentary for truck racing at Pembrey once a few years ago, and when I got there the road into the circuit was flooded. I didn't think I could get into the place. Thankfully my car managed it. The traditional Pembrey rain staying away for the moment. It is a bit cloudy here. Let's hope it stays okay for the rest of the weekend. Oh, we've got some classic MGs there, an MGA and an MGB. They'll be with the MG Owners Club, probably their local branch here to see the MG Owners Club Championship in action this weekend. Very smart looking MGA coupe there. A couple of circuits around the UK, you do see some classics quite often watching on, particularly at Alton Park. I find car clubs like to go there. Oh, we've got something different for the pace truck. Look at that. We've got a 4-axle tipper lorry heading them round for this one. Something a bit different there. I hope he isn't loaded with aggregates. It'll be a bit slow on the pace lap if he is. Obviously a locally based company, M&M Green. Got the Prince of Wales feathers on the side of the cab, I noticed there, so they must be based locally. Beautifully turned out. They always have a bit of a truck show in the paddock here at Pembrey at their events. Martin Gibson. He'll be wound up after earlier on. He had a brake disc explode on him in qualifying and then got that penalty in race 1. There is Tom O'Rourke out onto track in the 86. David Jenkins, championship leader. There's John Newell. Stuart Oliver, the bonneted Volvo VNL. And there is Flying Ryan's. 2 out of 2. Ah, here comes Tony Smith. Out of assembly a bit late there. Then we've got the Division 2s. Craig Evans is there with the MAN. Scott Borthwick in the white and tartan livery car. Looks a bit like the old Stewart Grand Prix colours, doesn't it, from the late 90s, before they became Jaguar. Next we've got John Powell in the DAF. Hopefully we'll get the full Division 2 field for this one. Stephen Powell. There's Craig Reed. Ah, there's Paul McCumsky. He has come out. And Bradley Smith's out there as well. Great to see. Paul McCumsky a bit smoky, but there is Bradley Smith. Well done to Bradley Smith and the Smith 4 Transport team. They have done very well indeed to get that truck out. I thought he was out until tomorrow, but they've managed to repair after he's off in qualifying. Simon Faulkner's there, and I think that means we've got the full field. That is brilliant. There you can see that is 46 Bradley Smith. He went off in qualifying and hit the tyre wall this morning. The youngest man in the field in British truck racing. Truck is repaired and he's ready to go. And there is Paul McCumsky, Paddy Mac as he's known. Veteran truck racer in the Volvo FM12, comes from Swadlincote in Derbyshire. The last couple of meetings he's not made it past qualifying before problems have struck. He missed the first race, but he's got the Volvo out for this one. In position on the grid then. A beautifully turned out tipper truck, 21 plate as well, a brand new MAN. In the red and green of Wales. Is going to lead them away. The pace trucks provided by M&M Green Services Limited, based locally in Llanelli, not far from Pembrey at all. It is Martin Gibson on pole. He'll start as favourite from there. Alongside him, Mark Taylor, number 81. Didn't get a lap in qualifying and was stuck at the back for much of the first race. Then had an off as he was trying to make his way up the order. He went off at the crossing onto the grass. Tony Smith on the second row along with Tom O'Rourke. Tom contesting the European Championship this year as well. Another British driver who's gone over into Europe is Jamie Anderson, number 23, previous teammate of David Jenkins. Converted a few years ago from truck racing from rallying, and is now doing the European series. Another driver we've seen go from Britain to Europe is Shane Brereton. Tony Smith is lined up at the back of the Division 1 trucks there. Not too sure why that is. We haven't had a further amendment to the grid, so he's starting from the back of the Division 1 trucks. Not too clear why. But we're rolling with a full grid of... Oh no, we haven't got a full grid. I spoke too soon. Adam Bint's not there. No, the number 5 sadly not there. That's a great shame. See if we can find out why that is. Okay, not too sure why Adam Bint is not there at the moment. Hopefully Pointy can find out for us. Paddy Mack, if a bit smoky, is there. His last win came at Pembrey about 3 or 4 years ago. That was when Divisions 1 and 2 ran separate races. This will be a rolling start. 15 minutes of truck racing. Let's hope Bradley Smith lasts the distance. It's the first time he and his father Tony have ever raced together. What a fine sight they make on the Pembrey circuit. Ready for our second race of the weekend for the British Truck Racing Championship here at Pembrey then. The M&M Green Pace truck heads them round. Martin Gibson on pole position with Mark Taylor, number 81, alongside him. Ryan Smith going for 2 wins out of 2 in Division 1. Craig Evans and Jock Borthwick, 10 and 32. Head up Division 2 with Craig Reed going for his double in the 68. Bradley Smith, his truck repaired after a qualifying crash, out for the first time. Paul McCumsky, number 99, his first race of the weekend as well. 15 minutes of truck racing about to get underway then, waiting for the red lights to go out. Revs begin to rise and off they go. Down towards the first corner, the Welsh flag drops to send Division 2 on their way. And who's going to get the lead of Division 1 into the first hairpin? It's a good start by Martin Gibson. He slots into the lead. Mark Taylor moves across the front of David Jenkins. Trying to get around the outside is John Newell in the number 18. No contact through the first corner this time. That's good to see. Looks like Jock Borthwick has got the lead in Division 2 in the number 32. Good start by Craig Reed. He got through the middle there. And Ryan Smith trying to make a move on Tom O'Rourke, who's lost a couple of places there off the line. It's Borthwick who leads Division 2. Craig Reed, great start up into second place there. Third is Stephen Powell, then John Powell and Craig Evans. A bit of a slow start down to 5th in Division 2. But it's Martin Gibson who leads the charge of the MANs up front. Round Senna for the first time, then up towards Brooklands. Ryan Smith already on the charge in the Mercedes Actros, chasing his great rival Stuart Oliver. Division 2 again keeping up with Division 1 early on. It's Gibson who leads from Taylor, Jenkins, Newell, Oliver. Ryan Smith behind him, right on the tail of the bonneted Volvo VNL there, trying to make a move on the run up into Honda Curve, the end of lap number 1. Martin Gibson will start as favourite here, only a point behind David Jenkins in the championship coming into this round. Mark Taylor in second place. Over the line they go for the first time. Ryan Smith trying to get round the outside. I don't think he'll get round there on Stuart Oliver. Bit of steam coming off the front wheel of the water-cooled brakes there on Stuart Oliver's Volvo. Moves across there, takes the line for Spitfires and holds 5th position. Behind them Tom O'Rourke and Tony Smith. Then the Division 2 leader is Jock Borthwick. Came home in front of a couple of races at Donington at Convoy in the Park earlier this year. Kept getting penalised though for overspeeding. He's under fire from Craig Reed here. Then Steve Powell, John Powell, Craig Evans. Bradley Smith is still going. And then further back in the order, I think Paul McCumsky has pulled into the pits. So his Volvo still not running right. At least he got to to the start of a race this time, though, after completely missing race action at the last round at Snetterton. Craig Reed on the bumper there of Jock Borthwick, right on the rear axle. And Ryan Smith down the inside, he pushes his way past Stuart Oliver. That was aggressive there into Carter's curve, and Craig Reed's going to do the same thing. No contact there though. Reed takes the lead of Division 2. No stopping Craig Reed over the last couple of meetings in that Iveco. Now here comes John Newell attacking Mark Taylor. David Jenkins has already gone through up into second place to chase his championship rival Martin Gibson, who leads by 2.5 seconds at the end of the second lap. Gibson's obviously done the fastest lap of the race, 1:11.33, as John Newell to the inside over the curb there at Spitfires, leaning on Mark Taylor, sends him wide, and Taylor fights back up the inside. There's going to be contact between the two of them. John Newell, I thought, was going to spin there for a second. He's held it together. Next through Ryan Smith, he's got past Oliver. Then we've got O'Rourke and Tony Smith. Then the Division 2 leader, Craig Reed. Newell under fire from Mark Taylor, trying to fight back for third place. Already a lively race here for the British Truck Racing Championship here in South Wales. Another 3 to come tomorrow after this. It's Gibson from Jenkins, championship protagonists out front. Further back in the order, Tony Smith looking to make a move on Tom O'Rourke here, tries to move across but thinks better of it. Here's Division 2, Reed from Borthwick, then the Powells. Then we've got the rather smoky number 10 of Craig Evans. Hope that's not a sign of engine problems. Here comes Ryan Smith. He wants 2 wins out of 2. He needs wins if he's going to challenge for the championship after some mechanical disasters this year. He only took 1 win at Snetterton last time out. He had no wins at Donington. Before then, I can't remember the last meeting in Division 1 in the British Truck Racing Championship where Ryan Smith didn't get at least 1 win. All over the back of Mark Taylor there in the 81. That's for 4th position. Over the crossing. There's Oliver. Craig Reed keeping pace with the Division 1 trucks again as Smith goes to the inside at Senna. And he's through. Another place gain for the Mercedes Actros. Machine originally built by Norbert Kiss and his team, the Hungarian driver for the European Championship. Closing in on the number 18 of John Newell. You've seen John Newell's interview during the interval between races. The bare chassis and wheels that he was stood next to during that interview, that's the truck you see now. That was the build was in progress when we spoke to John before the start of the season, and look how beautiful it looks now. Here comes Stuart Oliver on the attack into Hatchett's hairpin. Got Borthwick running wide. He's still second in Division 2, ahead of the Powells, MAN and DAF. Craig Reed on the tail of Tony Smith, just as we saw in race 1. Craig Reed, can he make it 2 consecutive maximums in Division 2? That, I think, will almost guarantee him the title. He's not content with just winning Division 2. He wants to prove he can beat the Division 1 trucks. Under the old race format, the Division 2 trucks used to start in front of the Division 1s and they had to catch up. That's format has been changed now, but on occasions we did used to see Division 1s beaten by Division 2 as Ryan Smith up the inside on John Newell. Newell goes wide onto the grass at Carter's and through goes Ryan Smith. He's driving so aggressively in that Mercedes. He's an aggressive driver anyway, is Ryan Smith, always a pretty volatile racer. And now he is up into 3rd position in the Mercedes. He's got 3 seconds to close down David Jenkins. Here comes Stuart Oliver attacking Mark Taylor. He's going to go through into 5th position at the hairpin. Yes, he's got him. Volvo moves through past the MAN. Gibson leads by just under 3 seconds. Not seen much of the Warwickshire driver. He's heading for his first win of the weekend if he can hang on. But we're not even halfway yet, just over 8 minutes to go. Craig Reed still keeping pace with O'Rourke and Tony Smith further back. Tony's son Bradley Smith still going towards the back of the field, still ahead of Simon Faulkner. The only retirement, sadly, Paul McCumsky pulled in at the end of the first lap. smoke was probably a clue to what had happened there. Tom O'Rourke, Tony Smith, Craig Reed. This is for 7th overall. Craig Reed doesn't need to pass the two ahead of him. They're in different divisions, but it's all about pride for Craig Reed now. He knows he's clear in Division 2. There go the Powells. Here comes Craig Evans in his rather smoky MAN. You can get black flag if you emit too much black smoke. Again, the judges of fact are looking out for it. It's like they look out for overspeeding. Craig Reed still on the tail of the 45 of Tony Smith. His first meeting in Division 1. Previously raced in Division 2 with his Sisu. Works Sisu team, hugely successful in European truck racing in the past with the likes of Jokke Kallio, the great Finnish driver, and Reima Soderman as well. Latterly, the Finnish lady racer Minna Kopala over Sisu, and Harry Lestaranen as well. Finnish team keeping to homegrown drivers. MANs, Freightliners and Mercedes dominated more modern truck racing in Europe. Likes of Norbert Kiss, you mentioned the Hungarian, Jochen Hahn from Germany. Meanwhile, Ryan Smith has caught his great rival, David Jenkins. They are deadly rivals, these two. Here comes Smith onto the tail of the second place man. Jenkins a bit sideways, out of Hatchett's hairpin there. Now, where is Smith going to try and make his move? Is it going to be into Senna or Carter's? Sliding the Mercedes spectacularly there through towards the crossing. I don't think he'll get through there into the left-hander. It's all over the back of David Jenkins. Jenkins will defend here for all he's worth. Last thing he wants is for Ryan Smith to get past him. David Jenkins wants to keep his championship lead. Now Ryan Smith is going to go for it. He's going to go for it into Brooklands. I didn't expect to move there. Excuse me, says Ryan Smith, and he's through into second place. Great stuff. He said this was an aggressive performance. I didn't expect to move there. That's good driving by Ryan Smith. And I don't think there was any contact there either. John Newell still in 4th in his new MAN. Stuart Oliver 5th. Now, can Ryan Smith catch Martin Gibson? Let's compare the lap times. Just about the same on that last lap. 1 minute 12.1 for Gibson. Smith a 1 minute 12.8. It's 4.7 seconds behind Martin Gibson. There goes O'Rourke, Tony Smith and Craig Reed. Craig Reed still leading Division 2. Let's see what his gap back is to Jock Borthwick as Borthwick crosses the line. 5.5 seconds now, so Craig Reed safe at the front of Division 2. Still trying to catch these two MANs ahead of him. Tom O'Rourke, sponsored by Smart Witness. If he looks in his mirrors, he'll be witnessing an MAN and an Iveco battling it out. Going back through the history of truck racers earlier on, I've seen somebody in our comments section has mentioned a certain Kurt Göransson, Swedish driver in the Q8s and subsequently IDS sponsored Volvo. He was always sideways. Came from working in the logging industry in his native Sweden. He used to drive on icy roads in his trucks. He was always sideways there. A spectacular truck racer of all time. Meanwhile, Martin Gibson, here he is. Now let's look at the gap. 3.8 seconds, it has come down. Smith took 0.8 of a second out of Martin Gibson on that last lap. We've still got just under 4 minutes to go. They're coming up to lap Simon Faulkner. We're hoping he doesn't get in his way in the ex-Simon Reed Iveco. Here's Jenkins. Newell's being caught by Stuart Oliver as well for 4th place. Then it's Mark Taylor, who's had a quiet race in 6th. Is Ryan Smith going to catch our leader? Oliver, meanwhile, has caught Newell. He's going to try and make a move. Is he going to go for the inside and try and do a Ryan Smith at Brooklands corner? No, he's not. Newell holds him off. Now, Martin Gibson will be hoping here that the back marker doesn't get in his way. It's only Simon Faulkner's second ever truck race. Newell defending from Oliver. Newell, who over the last couple of years has returned to truck racing after many years away, used to contest the European Championship. based in Rotherham in South Yorkshire. There's the battle between the Powells. Stephen has now pulled away from John. What's the gap between the lead? It's down to 1.8 seconds now. Ryan Smith has taken 2 seconds out of Martin Gibson on that last lap. He is closing on the MAN. There is the Mercedes. He's really throwing that truck around. He's got past the back marker. That will have delayed him slightly getting past Faulkner. I imagine that happened at Hatchett's hairpin. Jenkins still third. Still Oliver harrying John Newell for fourth. He's gaining all the time here. There's the battle of the Powells. Hard to know where to look in this race. John Powell in the DAF, all over the back of Stephen. Two Kent-based racers. Race just down the road from Brands Hatch, the Powells. Here come your leaders. Simon Faulkner gets out of the way to let David Jenkins through in the background. 2.5 minutes to go, so at least a couple more laps left. They're lapping in the 1 minute 10s, 1 minute 11s. So there'll be 2 laps to go this time. Over the line they come. The gap was 1.8 seconds. It's going to be a lot less than that this time through, I would think. Wait and see in a moment when the timing updates itself. 2 minutes still to go. Smith is right with him now. Apologies, I think my timing screen may have frozen there. Get that back in a moment. John Newell still holding fourth, but now Smith is all over Gibson. Here he goes up into centre. He's going to go through, and Smith has done it. Superb move there. Ryan Smith from last to first in Division 1. Now, what can Martin Gibson do to fight back? I couldn't tell you the gap on the last lap, but it matters not now. Unfortunately, our timing's frozen. Still, your leader is Flying Ryan Smith. Through towards the end of the lap. Can Martin Gibson fight back? Cloud of smoke there from somebody as they go down the straights. We've lost Bradley Smith, incidentally. He's pulled into the pits. The last lap board goes out, and Martin Gibson's not finished yet. He's having a look on the hairpin there. He needs points here to try and keep up the fight in the championship. He does not want to be beaten by Ryan Smith. Ryan's a few points back in third in the points behind Jenkins and Gibson. Jenkins still in third place ahead of Newell, Oliver and Taylor. Through the crossing for the last time. Still John Newell holding off Stuart Oliver. Oliver to the inside. Oh, Newell's got wide onto the grass there. He'll lose fourth. Oliver's through. That's sorted that one. John Newell just put 2 wheels onto the grass there coming out of Debeny up towards the crossing, and he's down to fifth. Meanwhile, can Martin Gibson fight back here? Coming down towards the checkered flag at this time. I don't think Martin Gibson's got anything left in the tank. It's going to be 2 out of 2. A superb drive through the Division 1 field for the man from Nottinghamshire, reigning 5-time British Division 1 champion, Flying Ryan Smith. Here he comes to take the checkered flag. Second goes to Martin Gibson. Meanwhile, here's our Division 2 leader, and he has got past Tony Smith. Craig Reed getting past one of the Division 1 trucks. That's some kudos for him on the last lap. It's going to be 2 out of 2 as well in Division 2. Craig Reed, who made a very rapid start, quickly past Jock Borthwick. And Craig Reed is coming in to win Division 2. We'll have to wait to see who comes home. In second place, it is going to be Jock Borthwick. And apologies for a problem with our live timing there late on. Hopefully it'll be rectified for our next race. Stephen Powell just beats John home in the battle for third in Division 2. Craig Evans will be the last man on the lead lap. Simon Faulkner will finish a lap down, and we lost Bradley Smith and Paul McCumsky, but at least they made the start this time. Congratulations, Flying Ryan Smith. He really was flying in that one. That was a great drive through the field. Some very daring lunges to make his overtakes, and no contact as well. Great move at Senna to take the victory from Martin Gibson. Margin of victory was 1.9 seconds. The timing has now corrected itself. Again, apologies there. Martin Gibson takes second, Jenkins third, then Oliver, John Newell, Mark Taylor and Tom O'Rourke. Craig Reed did beat Tony Smith, so well done to him. The Division 2 winner does defeat one of the Division 1 trucks. We head into the pits and through to Parc Fermé. Then we'll hear from Ryan Smith shortly, I am sure. 14 of the 16 starters went the distance. Bad luck to Adam Bint, who failed to start that race. We'll find out what the problem was there, I'm sure. I've just had an update through from Bint Racing. It was some damage to the steering that kept him out of that race. They just didn't quite manage to repair it in time, so he'll be back racing tomorrow. Problem with his steering box there. Let's have a look at the official results of that one then. Ryan Smith the winner by just under 1.9 seconds ahead of the hard charging Martin Gibson. Great drives by both of them. David Jenkins takes third ahead of Stuart Oliver, who got past John Newell on the last lap. Mark Taylor in 6th position ahead of Tom O'Rourke. Craig Reed, the winner of Division 2, an excellent 8th overall ahead of the Division 1 truck of Tony Smith. Rounding out the top 10, Jock Borthwick, he takes 2nd in Division 2, and then the Powells finishing just 0.3 of a second apart. Steve ahead of John. Craig Evans next home, and Simon Faulkner finishing a lap down in 14th place. Bradley Smith pulled into the pits a few laps from home in his Iveco, and we lost Paul McComiskey at the end of the first lap, with further dramas with his Volvo. Well, great racing once again from the British Truck Racing Championship. Now, thanks to M&M Green of Llanelli as well for providing that very smart tipper lorry to be used as our pace truck, something a bit different on circuit here at Pembrey. We'll have the trucks in Parc Fermé very shortly. Pointy's going to be down there to have a chat to them, I'm sure. That's if he's not busy finding more biscuits to eat. I wonder what Pointy's favourite biscuit is. He'll have to tell us, won't he? I reckon a custard cream. There's Paddy Mack making his way back in. Problems for him at the start of that race. Bradley Smith in the pits, we can see on the left of the screen as well. Well, one more race to go today. Scheduled for 5 o'clock, but it may take place a little earlier. That truck race started off a bit early. If we hopefully will continue to run on schedule, it will be the Lancaster Insurance MG Owners Club Championship. MGs from A to ZR, as they put it. We've got 4 different classes in that race. Class A for the classic MGs. Class B is for MG Maestros. Yes, there's still some about. Class F, as the name suggests, is for MGFs. And Class Z for ZRs. We'll see our MGs out later on. Shortly, we will hear from some of our truck racers. There's the schedule again for tomorrow. 9:45 we begin with the first truck race. 3 tomorrow. The final race of the season for the Lancaster Insurance MG Owners Club Championship takes place at 10:55. Then an hour later, it's the second race of the weekend for the Junior Saloon cars. After lunch, we have the British Truck Racing Championship again, and then their final race at 4:25. Sandwich is the Junior Saloon Car Championships final race of the weekend, all taking place over 15 minutes plus 1 lap. Celebrations already beginning down in Parc Fermé, I can hear in the background. And I'm sure Pointy is waiting down there to have tea and biscuits with some of the drivers. Okay, I think we can now hear from our man Pointy down on the ground in Parc Fermé in a second.
Well, another fantastic result here, and what a race we've just experienced here at Pembrey Circuit. You can see the trucks now pulling into Parc Fermé behind me as we walk through the Division 1, because I want to have a word with a very special driver, Jock Borthwick, who has just come second place in the Division 2. Now, he seems to be struggling quite a bit with his turbos. In fact, he's going through one turbo pretty much every race that he does, which is ridiculous. Usually these trucks can go for an entire season without having to change their turbo, so it's quite a big deal that Jock is having to change it every single time. We can see him in the 32 truck just pulling through the gates now, as we see some of the team members walking past. Ryan Smith, of course, getting a first place for that race. Fantastic result for him. Let's go over and get Jock out of his 32 truck now. Always the action-packed moments of the day when you're walking through with all this noise and diesel smoke. Hopefully giving you guys at home an experience of what it's like to be down here in the trenches. Jock, we need you. Get yourself out. How are we, buddy? Fantastic result. Having some trouble with your net there. I was just telling the people at home how you've been going through pretty much 4 turbos a weekend. Good result for you there. Second place in Division 2.
Yeah, good. We've had some trouble with setup, traction and rear end grip, but we tried something and it worked a little bit better, so we'll give it a little bit more for tomorrow. And
you certainly stuck in this race. Obviously Craig Reed seems to be a law unto himself,
yeah,
but to stick where you were, obviously you had a battle of the pals behind you as well.
Yeah. No, it's steady away. There's no way I'm going to live with Craig, but we just need to try and work away and find something, because...
So have we got anything to look over this afternoon to get ready for Sunday morning?
Just general checks, brakes, what have you, and see what they're about, see what the weather is.
Well, this is it, and it can be a massive decider. And just before we let you go, talk of the paddock is what biscuit best describes your racing style. So far we've had Martin Gibson Party Ring, Craig Reed's a Malted Milk, and John Newell doesn't like biscuits at all, which is not going down well with the fans at all, I might add. What biscuit are you? It's got to be a shortbread, right?
Tunnock's caramel wafer.
Oh, now you're talking. He's just blown it. Tunnock's caramel wafer, ladies and gentlemen. Just the business. And do you dunk or no?
Occasionally. Depends what kind of day I'm having.
It's not really designed for dunking,
If I put sugar in my coffee, I don't dunk. If I don't put sugar in my coffee, I do dunk.
So that's the added sweetness. Well, there you go. You've heard it here first. No sugar, just dunk your biscuits. Jock Borthwick, ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much, and fantastic everybody. Let's head back down now and see if we can find some more drivers to have a quick word with here at Pembrey.
Yeah, I had a feeling that would be the choice of Jock Borthwick somehow, being a proud Scotsman. Still haven't had Pointy's preferred choice of biscuit, have we? I'm a Fox's Crunch Cream man myself. So there'll be a pause before our next race here at Pembrey a little later on, which will be the Lancaster Insurance MG Owners Club Championship. The very Sylvan setting of Pembrey, as you can see. Just waiting for more drivers to have a chat to us. I think Pointy has found somebody to talk to, so we'll head back down to Parc Fermé.
Is that better? Here we go. So, still fresh from race 2 of the weekend, the self-confessed party ring of the circuit. Martin Gibson, how are we?
Tired already?
Yeah, I bet you are. Not a great result. You held it so fantastically the entire race. I mean, second overall is still brilliant, really, really is. But what happened? What was going through your mind that last lap as Ryan Smith went past you?
Well, I was a dead duck. The brakes were going, front tyres gone, so it was inevitable really, unless I could get back a bit earlier. But no, it was a tough one, a really tough one.
I mean, we saw on your socials earlier on today that you had some braking issues, which obviously saw you not qualify. Is that something that's been a thing throughout the season for you?
A little bit, yeah, and it's been very bad this weekend, but we're inching away at it, and we'll get there.
So now, of course, finishing ahead of Jenkins, you've pulled that 1 point difference back. So it's getting so close. It really is anyone's game moving into the rest of the weekend. Do you think the weather tomorrow is going to hold off long enough to give you all a good chance?
I hope not. I hope it's
a bit of rainwater to cool the brakes, right?
Exactly, yeah. I want them on soon.
Yeah. Okay. Well, hopefully you get the speedboat attachments ready on your GT truck, and good luck for tomorrow, ladies and gentlemen. Martin Gibson, who tomorrow is hopefully going for a dunk.
Hopefully not going for a dunk. I know I mentioned floods at the circuit a few years ago when I visited. Hope that's not going to happen again. Fair play to the marshals on that occasion. They had to pump the water off the circuit so racing could take place, I remember. I love this comment on YouTube. My racing style will probably be a soggy digestive biscuit accidentally dropped in my tea. A one dip, as I believe it's known, shades of Peter Kay. I can see Peter Kay enjoying a bit of truck racing. That sounds like one of his sports. Anyway, there's going to be a short pause in the action then before we get our next race underway a bit later on. So we'll take a bit of a break, a few more highlights from past events on BARC TV. We'll be back with the Lancaster Insurance MG Owners Club Championship a little later. Well, we're in the workshop with British Truck Racing Championship competitor Martin Gibson and his MAN. How is preparation going for the 2021 season, Martin?
Pretty good. We're just waiting for the dampers to come back from service, put some stickers on, and then away we go. Wait for the tracks to open and get racing.
Obviously champing at the bit, ready to go. Have you been keeping busy over the winter?
Yep, probably too busy. You hear all these stories of people enjoying time in the garden, but we've been cracking on and working through it, and so far so good.
Tell us how you got into truck racing in the first place, first of all, because you've had a slightly unusual route in, haven't you?
Yes, very different to the other guys who've built trucks 15, 20 years ago and worked their way in. I got in through Stuart. We actually ran an event and hired Stuart as a driver, and Stuart thankfully allowed me to have a go in a truck, and we hit a relationship off, and then one thing led to another, and I joined his team, and here we are today with this truck. Obviously that came from the introduction of GT tyres, and everything just gelled together, and here we are.
You've done a fair bit of other motorsports before moving into trucks, haven't you? Tell us about that.
Yeah, I haven't been racing for long actually, but I've had a go at a few things, from sprint racing, endurance racing, bike racing, and done quite well at most of them, but this is the biggest challenge of all so far.
Obviously working with Stuart Oliver, the 10 times British, 1-time European champion, with the reputation he carries, and he's obviously a big influence for you and a big help to your career.
Yes, exactly. It's quite daunting being teammate of somebody with such pedigree, and he doesn't give away too many secrets. And he doesn't give you any room either on the track, but that's what I like about him. When you go racing, he's racing.
So you're more team rivals than teammates then?
Yeah, obviously, yeah. He gives us hard, or even harder than anybody else on the track, which makes it fun.
We've seen GT tyres come in over the past year or two into the sport as a major sponsor. How did that come about?
The tyre was created for the Australian Truck Championship. And so I got hold of the tyre, brought it to Europe, and we ran a test, and it fit in really well with the other competitor tyres. The performance was very close, so we thought, let's introduce it, see how it goes. And a lot of people took really well to it, really liked it. It was very competitive in terms of performance and cost. And so it's just gone from strength to strength.
And we've seen a couple of tyre manufacturers in the championship. There's a good inter-team battle, isn't there, between them almost?
Yes. It's I think that's natural, and it's brilliant as well. It adds that competitive edge to it, not just racing each other, but racing the brands.
Looking at the shortened 2020 season, even though it was a shorter season for obvious reasons, it was a successful one for you, wasn't it?
Yes. Obviously, we stepped up with the. We went from the Scania, which was getting a bit tired for Division 1 and is now eligible for Division 2, and jumping into the MAN was a real step for me. Another learning curve. I had to relearn how to drive this thing, as well as still learning how to drive a truck. But now I had a few wins, some pole positions from qualifying, which I'm almost proud of that more than the racing itself.
Because the trucks are all very evenly matched, aren't they? Particularly with the speed being limited in Division 1 electronically to 100 miles an hour. It creates a very level playing field, doesn't it?
Yeah, that's a very different approach from coming from a car or a bike, where you kind of plan before a corner that you're going to gain speed out the corner to get them on the straight. That doesn't happen in trucks, because once you get to 100, you're at 100. You're not going to slipstream. You're not going to creep past them. You're stuck at 100.
Yeah, but don't.
So you have to rethink about how you can get that speed. And I'm finding
heavy on the biscuit. Let's just concentrate.
Not exit speed.
Concentrate on biscuits.
It must be a big adrenaline rush to be charging 100 miles an hour down straight side by side.
There's children watching.
Yes, the biggest adrenaline rush is the start, when everybody's holding the brake on boost. That was the biggest shock for me coming to truck racing. The noise, the trucks rattling. You've got all these champions around you. Yeah, I often think, what the hell am I doing
Count
here?
me in, baby. Ready for my close-up.
And then the lights drop off and away it goes to madness.
Must have been a big step psychologically as well to move
So,
from
again,
cars
still fresh
almost
from-
instantly into trucks right at the top level.
So,
Yeah, exactly. There's some big characters in it. And like I said, there's so many former champions on the grid. You come into it completely lost, thinking, how do you do this? These guys have been doing it for years, but thankfully a lot of them have helped me do it. I'm learning off a lot of them on the track every time I go out. But yeah, like I said, when the lights go off, we're just racing. It doesn't matter who's next to you.
Yeah. Once past the gates, you have no mates, as they say
Exactly.
in short oval racing.
Yeah, I think that's Stuart's motto, for sure. We've actually got odds on which side of the truck is going to take me out this year. I look forward to that one.
I don't know. How much do you have to change your style and approach to racing between cars and trucks?
I've had to. I was probably too aggressive when I started. I would go too hard into a corner. I'd say a bit crude at driving a truck. I've had to come back, and smooth is fast, and take wider approaches, get the truck turned before you're on the power. It's a very different approach to. I also race a Fun Cup car, which is literally going as fast and as hard as you can, come out sideways, dancing however you can. This doesn't want to do that. So yeah, a complete rethink.
And there's a lot more going on that you have to think about in a truck as well, isn't there? Tell us about that.
Yes, that's a very hard aspect to it, is controlling the water, the brakes, and different gearbox setup, and for me, and also visibility is a real hindrance in these things. Yeah, although you have this huge screen, you can't see much around you. That takes a bit of getting used to, and using your mirrors properly, and yeah, it's a real added extra to this.
And the psychological approach is important as well, isn't it?
Yes, exactly. Like I mentioned, they're big characters. Well, they're big truckers. They're scary guys. You've got to get used to them and just get on with it, basically.
But they're not too scary off the track, because we see the fan interaction that goes on in the paddock. I know there hasn't been over perhaps the 2020 season with the restrictions and so on, but the interaction with the fans, it's a very family-friendly sport off track, isn't it?
Yeah, that's the most brilliant thing about it. It's obviously there's lots of car championships out there, but they're not a show like truck racing. Truck racing is 50% racing, 50% a show. And the fact that families are coming around looking at the trucks, I'm amazed at how many spectators know everything about the trucks on the grid, everything about the drivers on the grid. It's brilliant.
Would you say that's because they can identify better with trucks as they see them on the road every day?
I don't know. I think maybe it's just different. It's big, it's loud, it's bold, it creates that extra draw. Whereas, as an example, my girlfriend, she finds car racing boring, but she'll happily watch a truck race. There's just more to see and more action, and no doubt a crash or two.
Have you been involved in any major crashes yourself over the years? I know you've seen some pretty spectacular ones.
Yeah, 2020 had its fair share in the short season. obviously don't like to talk about crashes, but yes, it's inevitable in these things. I've had a few with Stuart, as we said, but no, nothing too serious, thank God.
What would you say has been the high point of your truck racing career so far?
There's two aspects to look at it. When we went to Germany for the Nürburgring Grand Prix, that was just a pure amazing event. Just to be there, whether you came first or last, it's a privilege to be a part of it. And I'm sure those days will come again. Also 2020, to get a pole in qualifying, I was very proud of that. And then to get a couple of wins against these amazing drivers with so much history, yeah, very proud of that. They don't make it easy at all, so it's brilliant.
What's your favourite circuit in the UK to race on?
What? I'd have to say probably Donington. Going down Craner curves in this. A couple of laps in when you've got used to it and you forget it's a truck and you go down Craner like it's a car, foot to the floor. It's just a brilliant feeling. They're so well balanced and so well put together. Huge credit to the guys that design and build them. It's brilliant. Yeah, you get a real good sense of speed there.
That's quite remarkable. You say that you can actually forget you're driving a truck and it feels more like a car. That's
yeah, not so much more like a car. It's when you just hit the comfort point and the balance of the truck allows your behaviour under hard braking and turning behaves like a car. Obviously you're in a different position, you're ahead of the wheels, but yeah, until you hit the wall you forget it's
so again still fresh or shortly as it may be by the time this goes out. That's all from us here for now from Park Ferme.
How much setup work goes into preparing the truck for a race weekend?
A huge amount, actually. You can imagine they absolutely hammer the components on the vehicle. I often wonder how the trucks last as long as they do. In terms of setup, from a driving point of view, I'm amazed at how responsive the truck is to roll bar changes, damper changes. Coming into the sport,
you're just letting me know that we're ready, you know.
Not more low tech, but more simple.
Let's see how, okay.
Just with a few clicks on dampers, you can have huge gains and huge distribution changes. It's
here with Steve Powell now taking
learning how a truck behaves compared to a car.
And the support from GT tyres is probably very appreciated because I would imagine they get some very hard use as well. How many tyres do you typically get through in a race meeting?
Unfortunately, they last too long. So you're looking at one set in a race meeting, and then you'll even use those in the next practice session. They're very hard wearing, but that's part of the criteria. You don't want to come in with a super soft tyre that wears out within one race because they're not cheap things. You can see the size of them, they're never going to be cheap. So it's not about ultimate tyre performance, it's about durability as well.
Well, that's a great advert for the durability of GT tyres.
Exactly, yeah. It's a real proving ground for a tyre, especially a place like Thruxton. If you can get a truck around Thruxton and keep the tyre together, not a lot of car tyres can do that.
Thruxton in particular because it has a particularly abrasive surface.
Yeah, the aggregate is very abrasive. Not so much now with the changes, but it's still there. So yeah, we've learned a lot about heat management, pressure, tread pressure and other things as we've gone through it.
And the race trucks being used as that proving ground is important as well because of the amount of links with the road haulage industry that the sport has that perhaps car racing doesn't.
Yes, exactly. With the car racing, you tend to be racing against, say, solicitors, accountants, all manner of people that aren't directly interested in the tyres. They're there just to have some weekend fun. Truck racing, it's pure industry racing. You have haulage owners actually racing themselves. You're in the belly of the beast when you go truck racing. It's a brilliant opportunity for a company.
And we see the link as well with the convoy events. I know we didn't see them last year, but with the road-going truck parades, you see hundreds of them out at places like Thruxton and Donington, and that's important for attracting new interest in the sport as well.
Yes, definitely. The convoy events are brilliant, and that just builds on the family aspect of truck racing. Fingers crossed that picks up very soon. It's going to have its challenges in 21 because of obvious reasons. But no, that's again a shock to us new guys in truck racing of how much is going on off the circuit. It's not just about racing and motorsport.
It has been brilliant to see that grids are rising all the time. There's new teams and new talents coming into the sport. The sport is certainly on the up in the UK, isn't it?
Yes, definitely, and not just in truck racing, everywhere. Thankfully, it's growing radically. Truck racing, even in the short time I've been in it, I've done 1.5 seasons now, you could say. I've seen 2, 3, 4 new guys come in, well, not so much new trucks, but new trucks to the grid. That's a real surprise for me, because it's not an easy thing to get into.
We mentioned racing in Germany, and you've had some success over there. Would you perhaps consider tackling the full European Championship someday?
Yes, that's pure budget related. It's a huge expense. It's another challenge in itself. It's great to be learning my trade where I am before going, because if I go to Europe, you're learning new tracks from scratch. So that's the added challenge of not just learning how they do it over there.
Is there a circuit you've not raced on yet that you'd like to?
In a truck or in general?
Both, in a truck or in a car.
Spa. Embarrassingly, I've never been to Spa. Shouldn't have to say that on camera, really, as a race guy. In a truck, I'd like to do Le Mans, just because it's probably not the best circuit, but it has I've been told it's a brilliant event. Huge fan base in France. Fingers crossed we get there one day. And hopefully we see possibly new circuits in the UK. It's not easy because of what they are, but I think it would be interesting to try other places as well.
One place I'd be interested to see if trucks could race on is Anglesey in North Wales. Trouble there, if you go off too quickly, you end up in the sea.
We spoke about this a few days ago. It would be brilliant, and a brilliant back shot to the images. So yeah, spread the word. Let's get it going.
We'll see what we can do. What does a typical truck race weekend look like for you? Do you have any routines you follow?
It's a truck race. I've mentioned this in the past. It's very different to car racing because you're almost, for myself, I feel unprepared because you can't just go testing in a truck. You can't a week before go and do a shakedown, go and have a pre-race test. You're pretty much jump in the truck on Friday and away you go. Track time is limited, so if you have problems, you tend to lose the day. You're repairing the truck, not getting used to the truck. So that's an added challenge. It's a tricky thing to get your head around and get used to the size and the behaviour of it. In terms of the tracks, I've driven most of the tracks that the British rounds do, so I'm not learning the track anymore. It's more challenging, I would say.
And how big a support crew do you have to take with you to a meeting?
Normally quite big, but this year it'll be slimmed down like 2020 still until everything kicks off. We like to take customers of GT to the events and basically have a party, but nobody's allowed to party at the moment, so it's all about the racing now. Fingers crossed.
But again, that social side of it's important, and is the highlight for many of a truck race weekend, having your barbecue in the pits on the Saturday night.
And there's plans to grow that and have live music in the pits and get a real kind of party feel to a weekend, not just for the guests but also for the drivers and the families of the drivers. That's something that we want to push, and Truck Sport want to do that as well, so looking forward to that.
Again, there's not many motorsports that have that atmosphere about them. It's so different. That's the appeal for some, isn't it?
It is very different. They're a very different bunch of characters. It's what I find with truck racing is they're so passionate about trucks. It's their life. They've been involved in this from being toddlers. A lot of them have watched their dads race trucks as toddlers, and you can really feel that they will be there every year no matter what.
It does get very fiercely competitive at times, doesn't it?
Yes, I've had to contend with that. There are some hot moments in Parc Fermé that you have to calmly deal with, but I believe that's truck racing and all part of it.
Yeah, some would argue that that's all part of the show, as we mentioned.
Yeah, I believe that's probably right, yeah. It's a shock to me. I've not seen that you don't get that so much in car racing, but as you say, it's part of the show.
So what's your ultimate aim for the hopefully full 2021 season?
My personal aim is just to get quicker, to learn more. Like I said, I'm learning off the other guys every race. I want as much success in 21 as 20 and more. But let's see, we're ready, the truck's ready, so why not?
It's interesting the way it's as well as your competitive nature, you seem to be studying the sport almost as well, with your approach to it.
I have to, because I've come in as a blank canvas, so to speed up the learning I have to study what's going on around me. I don't want to make too many mistakes, I don't want to make an idiot of myself, so the more I learn what to do and watch what to do, it's saved time basically.
Well, hopefully that approach pays off for you. It's an interesting way to approach the sport. We wish you every success with it. Martin, thank you very much indeed for talking to us.
Thank you.
To hear from Martin Gibson, a bit of background into his truck racing there. He's certainly been hogging the limelight slightly today. As we get ready for our next race on the programme coming up soon, it is the Lancaster Insurance MG Owners Club Championship. I must say our thank you as always to all our volunteer officials here at Pembrey Circuit, all our volunteer marshals. We can see some of the Orange Army there on the exit of Honda Corner. Couldn't go racing without all our marshals, also the recovery crews, the medical staff, race control officials and everybody else who makes racing possible around the UK. Volunteers certainly the backbone of British and world motorsports. As we await our next race, we'll bring you the grid shortly. Well, we can now head down to the paddock and hear from some of the drivers before we get the cars onto track.
And here we are then in the paddock with David Amphlett, qualified first in the MGOC A class. Good start to your weekend, David.
Yeah, not bad. Can't complain.
Tell us a bit about your lap and a little bit about driving one of these around Pembrey.
Pembrey's a fantastic circuit, it's great, and these are pretty comfortable around Pembrey. The lap is a bit slidey, it felt a bit slippery today, but yeah, I'm on pole, so what's to complain about?
And tell us a little bit about your car behind you.
It's a 1973 MGB, pretty much standard. All of ours are standard production cars, 1853cc engine, suspension's all standard, so yeah, it's pretty much standard.
And there's not many cars in the class, unfortunately, this weekend, but is the number one thing just bringing them home safely?
Yeah, obviously we want to bring them home safely and don't want them to break down. We've had some casualties at the end, towards the end of the season, which is normally there's a lot more of us, like 8, 9, 10 of us. So breakdowns and blow-ups means the last race of the season, it's a long way to come. People have decided to rebuild over the winter, so it's a bit disappointing, to be honest. But
Now you've got races today, races tomorrow. Today just look after the car?
Yeah, look after it whilst winning. Yeah.
So the winning is really important, of course, isn't it?
I think to everybody that comes out, yeah, doing the best that they can is important, yeah.
David, thank you for your time. Best of luck with the race.
Thank you. Thanks.
I'm here with Simon Kendrick in the paddock. Simon, second in qualifying, but first in your class. Tell us about your lap.
Yeah, it was a really good session actually. I haven't been here for a couple of years, so and I haven't actually raced on the new format track, so I didn't know how that was going to go, but I followed my teammate Stuart for the first part, and then I had a cooling down lap, get everything nice and cold, and then went again, and it worked out really well. Got a couple of really quick laps at the end, so yeah, very happy with that.
And not many cars across the Lancasters today, unfortunately. It's a long way to come out to Pembrey, but it is beautiful here, isn't it? What do you think about the track itself?
Yeah, I really like the track. It's a really busy lap. You've got lots going on the whole time. There's no time to rest, and actually, you know, in a sprint race, that's kind of what you want. I think also with the three of us together, although there aren't that many cars, myself and the other two Fs are going to be very, very close. There's a tenth or two between us, and I'm looking forward to a really tight race.
Now, I can't speak to you and not ask about your livery. Can you just explain what's going on here? And we'll come on to this one shortly as well.
Yeah, sure. Well, a few years ago we reshelled the car, and my youngest son Luke was that he's quite artistic and he's not into the racing like my oldest son, so I gave him the option of deciding how it would look. So he came up with the Tiger, so we did the Tiger, and Stuart, my teammate, liked it so much, his car was white, that we thought we'd have a zebra, but actually it's a stripy donkey, it's not a zebra at all.
Who's going to win the race today, the Tiger or the donkey?
Well, I'd like to say the Tiger, but to be honest, between the three of us, it could be any of us. And you know, we're going to try and keep Will honest as well. There's only, you know, there's one ZR in front, he's a little bit quicker than we are, but we tend to start well, we get good drive off the line. So if a couple of us get in front of him, it's anybody for the overall win.
We are looking forward to watching. Best of luck with the race.
Thanks a lot.
Okay, good to hear from a couple of the leading contenders there. As David Amphlett mentioned in his interview there, the Lancaster Insurance MG Owners Club Championship with a slightly smaller than anticipated entry. Unfortunately this weekend we have got 10 cars here, racing across 4 different classes. They line up as follows. We'll explain the classes in a moment. Number 66, Will Sharp in his MG ZR will be on pole. Alongside the man we just heard from, Simon Kendrick, the first of the MGFs in number 42. Second row, a pair of MGFs, 53 Mark Baker and number 5 Stuart Plotnick. The third row, the ZRs of number 30 Andrew Robinson and number 12 Nick Golhart. Real veteran of this championship is Nick. Row 4, we've got the first of the classic cars, the MGBs. We were going to have an MG Midget as well, but that's not here, so just 3 MGBs in the classic division, Class A. David Amphlett, number 14, and Malcolm Hill, number 7. Then we've got number 11, Chris Millard, and the only Class B car, which is Anthony Bates, number 70, in his MG Maestro. 4 classes. Class A for Abingdon, where the original MGs were built. That's MGBs and Midgets. Class B is for MG Maestros, just the one of those here this weekend. Class F for MGFs, as the name suggests, and Class Z for the ZRs. Now, Will Sharp was originally going to be racing his MG Midget in the Classic Division this weekend. It wasn't ready in time, so he's brought the ZR that's won a few races already this year. As explained in the interviews there, a few cars suffered mechanical problems over the last couple of meetings at Silverstone and Snetterton, so have elected to end their season early. Snetterton, Paul Wisby in his MGF suffered engine problems. Adrian Olsen blew his engine as well in his ZR, so he's not out. And another reason is that the championship is already wrapped up by a driver who's sitting this weekend out. Congratulations to Steve McDermott, the ZR class champion. He's the overall champion as well. He's already sealed that at Snetterton, so well done to him. David Amphlett has already won the Classic Class A Championship. He's well clear of Chris Pollard in their points. Chris Pollard not here this weekend. Class B has been won by Anthony Bates in the Maestro, and Class F has been won by Mark Baker. So they've all won their respective points championships in their classes. So racing just for fun this weekend. Will Sharp will be the man to beat in his ZR, and we're going to wait to see if the MGFs can beat him overall. It's been ZRs taking all the overall wins this year. The majority of them have gone to Steve McDermott. Will Sharp has taken a couple of wins this year, and there's been a couple of wins for Fergus Campbell, who's not here this weekend either. So we await the cars to come out then, and we're going to show you here that you don't necessarily need a very big grid of cars for a good race. They are a very close, very entertaining championship, the Lancaster Insurance MG Owners Club Championship. We must send best wishes to Jim Bainham as well, the longest serving driver in the championship, who's not here this weekend with his MGB, and told me a few days ago that he reckons this is the first round of this championship in about 15 years that he's not been able to attend. So Jim busy with family commitments, but I know he is watching this weekend, so all the best to Jim Bainham and his family and his legendary MGB. I believe his MGB has completed more racing miles than any other MGB ever built. A legend of this championship, does a lot of work on the admin side as well. He has missed some rounds this year when he's been working on the championship off track. He really is an unsung hero of British motorsport, Jim Bainham. Thanks to him for his entertainment this year, sitting this round out. I know he's watching on. So in pole position it is Will Sharp, number 66. He'll be on his way to the grid leading the cars out in a moment. As we say, he had hoped to race his MG Midget this weekend in Class A, but that car not ready, so he's brought his ZR out instead. I suspect we'll see him as the favourite for victory here, but we'll see what the MGFs can do. Simon Kendrick is the pole sitter in that class. Look at that. Even the course cars at MG ZR here at Pembrey. That's not provided by the championship, that is Pembrey Circuit's own car, so a nice coincidence there. Simon Kendrick in the Tiger, second on the grid. And there's Stuart Plotnick. Well, they did say it was a zebra or a stripy donkey. I think that's doing the car a bit of a disservice. I thought it was a white tiger. Well, such things, of course, if you've been to safari parks around the UK. Mark Baker, the blue number 53 there, he's already secured Class F championship. David Amphlett in the black MGB Roadster is Class A champion. Keep an eye on Nick Golhart, been racing for many, many years. Used to race a Maestro in this championship in the days when we had full grids of Maestros. Green flag is waved at the back of the grid then. So this will be a 20-minute race. I think we get a green flag lap first of all. Are we missing a car? I don't think Malcolm Hill's there. Should be behind Nick Gollar. I can't see him there. No, there's a gap on the grid, so we're missing Malcolm Hill, number 7, with his MGB, the Gloucestershire driver. So we've lost one car already. So MG's young and old on this grid then. I suppose the question will be, can the MGFs beat Will Sharp in the ZR? He'll start as the favourite. Green flag waves then. We're off on our warm-up lap. This is one championship where you can tell just by looking at each car which class it's in. Because it's all based on the age of the car. What class you race in. There's Andy Robinson's ZR, the yellow machine, number 30. Nick Golhar, number 12. There's Anthony Bate at the back in that rare MG Maestro. His only class rival this year has been Alan Forster. He's been out for a few rounds in his Maestro as well. But it's Will Sharp who leads them round. Third in the points in Class Z this year, behind Steve McDermott and the ever-consistent Phil Walker, who's not out this weekend. Young Jack Woodcock, a newcomer to the championship, 4th in that division. Nick Golhar 5th in the ZR category this year, ahead of Fergus Campbell. Fergus only contested a couple of meetings, he did have a couple of wins. Behind them, Adrian Olsen, he's one of Fergus Campbell's old rivals. They used to race Maestros as well. Andy Robinson down in 9th in the ZR points. Former class champion David Mello we saw appear in the early part of the season. When was the last time you saw an MG Maestro? A collector's items these days, you know, among British Leyland fans. So 9 cars out there for the first of 2 races this weekend for the Lancaster Insurance MG Owners Club Championship. Final meeting of the season for them. This will be a 20-minute race. It is number 66, Will Sharp, in pole position with his ZR, followed by a trio of MGFs. Number 42, the orange car, Simon Kendrick. Mark Baker on the inside of the second row, number 53 in the blue car, and the white liveried number 5 of Stuart Plotnick. Leader of Class A is the champion in Class A, David Amphlett, ahead of Chris Millard, the 2 MGB Roadsters. At the back of the grid, number 70, Anthony Bate, the Class B champion in the Maestro. The overall championship already sealed by Steve McDermott in his ZR. He sits this round out. Green flag waves at the back of the grid. This will be a 20-minute race for our field of MGs here at Pembrey. The Lancaster Insurance MG Owners Club Championship is go, and down towards Hatchett's Hairpin for the first time. A good start by the two front row men. Will Sharp in the ZR on the inside. Attacking around the outside is Simon Kendrick. It will be the ZR, the Wayside Adhesive sponsored car that leads into Hatchett's. Second place is Simon Kendrick. Mark Baker in third position, and a poor start there by Nick Gollard. He's dropped to the back of the field in the number 12. Chris Millard in the number 11 getting through there. Gollard holding off Anthony Bates in the Maestro. As they start to sort themselves out around this opening lap, then it is Will Sharp who leads the way. Mark Baker making a move, coming out of the crossing there, and he's up into second place. The MGF class champion in number 53. Now the MGFs would love to try and take an overall win here. Every race this year has been won outright by a ZR category car. They're going to try and topple Will Sharp in the ZR there at the front of the field. Andy Robinson's ZR is 5th in behind the 3 MGFs. In 6th behind him we've got the first of the Class A runners, which is David Ampflett's MGB Roadster. He's already sealed the Class A for Abingdon title this year. So they come round to complete the opening lap then. Will Sharp in the ZR leads the way, looking for his 3rd race win of the season. Over the line they go. He leads by half a second at the end of the opening lap from Baker, Kendrick and Plotnick, the 3 MGFs. Then Andy Robinson, David Ampflett, Chris Miller. Big lock up there from David Ampflett. Stuart Plotnick did that at Hatchett's Hairpin in qualifying and ended up going off onto the grass. There's Chris Millard behind him. Nick Gollard and Anthony Bates round out the field. There we can see the classification by class on the right of your screen. The Class Z cars in pink, Class F in blue, Class A in white and Class B in yellow. These cars ran combined in qualifying with the Max 5 series for Mazdas. Mark Baker is not hanging about here. Closing up there into Brooklands on Will Sharp, going with the leader. He's dropped Simon Kendrick in 3rd place. Plotnick still 4th. As they start to sort themselves out then. Well, I thought we would perhaps see Will Sharp run away with this in the quickest of these ZRs, but the MGF's not letting him get away. Through Honda Curve for the 2nd time. It's the reason classes A and B, classed as MGOC there, is because of them being combined with another series in qualifying, to avoid clashes between classes A and B in that series. Simon Kendrick in 3rd in the Flying Tiger. It was his young son who designed that Tiger livery, so Stuart Plotnick, his teammates, took the white Tiger, or perhaps it's a zebra, in the number 5 car there. Stuart Plotnick has also raced in Maestros. He's had to go in a Lotus Elise, if I remember rightly, as well. Does like his lightweight sports cars. Robinson dropping back into 5th, and then there's been a bit of a change further back there. Nick Gollard has got ahead of one of the MGBs. I think that's Chris Millard. Mark Baker still on the tail of Will Sharp. It looks as though the MGF's slightly stronger on the twistier sections of Pembrey. Mark Baker trying to make a move for the lead on Will Sharp. He's got a good run here on the inside, coming out of Brooklands corner, the run down Speedway straights. They're side by side there. Baker will have the inside for Carter's Curve. He's going to try and take the lead. Sharp giving him room. They're absolutely side by side, coming towards Honda. Can Sharp hang on in the slightly more powerful ZR? They are absolutely together. And Sharp does pull ahead on the run out of Honda into the straight, so using the power of the ZR to stay ahead. Proves that, as we said earlier, you don't need a big grid of cars for a good race here at Pembrey. Will Sharp, and here comes Simon Kendrick up the outside. Where did he come from? Well, he's just done the fastest lap of the race. That's why he's closed in. 1:17.506. Quicker, only slightly quicker than those ahead of him on that lap. Less than a second covers the first 3 now, and Stuart Plotnick has closed up there as well, so it could be 4 for the lead shortly. Andy Robinson in the yellow ZR there watching on. Then in 6th position there is David Ampflett. Nick Gollard is up to 7th now in his ZR ahead of Chris Millard. Anthony Bates in the Maestro rounds out the field. The field covered by 14 seconds at the end of the 3rd lap. Here they come then, round towards Brooklands. This is where the MGF is slightly stronger. through this slightly twistier section of the tricky Pembrey circuit. Can he get a run on Will Sharp this time? Marshall's watching on with interest in their post there. They're loving this. Through Carter's up towards Honda. Sharp from Baker. And Mark Baker's already won the MGF Class Points title this season. Simon Kendrick went sideways over the curb there. As Baker scored 111 points from the rest of the season, Simon Kendrick got 73. They do have to drop their 2 worst scores at the end of the season. And Simon Kendrick did not score points at Snetterton, so he's got 2 zeros to drop. But the title is already sealed in Mark Baker's favour, even before dropped scores are taken into account. It's all done and dusted where points are concerned. This is really just for fun for these drivers. As we said, Steve McDermott, the ZR Class champion, confirmed also as the overall champion this year. There's David Amphlett leading Class A in his beautiful little MGB. It's ahead of Nick Golhar. Made a slow start in his ZR. Has not had the best of seasons, Nick Golhar. Also seen Jag Golhar race in this series over the years, as Amphlett a bit sideways there. And another member of that team raced in a diesel-powered MGZS Saloon in the invitation class. I'm trying to remember his name. Harjinder Bambra, I think that name was. Raced the ZS. We've even seen a few Montegos in this series over the years. Out of Honda curve come the leaders. What's the gap going to be this time? It was 0.6 of a second. It's 0.8 of a second now between Will Sharp and Mark Baker. Sharp comes from Radcliffe-on-Trent in Nottinghamshire. Mark Baker from Ipswich in Suffolk. Simon Kendrick closing up now. The number 42 comes from Beckenham in Kent. Stuart Plotnick still 4th. They've gone clear by some 5 seconds. Andy Robinson, the yellow number 30. Looking for his best overall finish of the year so far. Well, there's our Class B runner. Anthony Bates in the Maestro. A much maligned car in their heyday, the Maestro, but now very much sought after by collectors. Here comes Mark Baker, not close enough to launch an attack again on Will Sharp. But ahead of this race, I thought Will Sharp was going to clear off in front of this, but the MGF's very much keeping him honest. Stuart Plotnick in 4th. There's Robinson. Here comes Nick Golhar catching David Amphlett. Bates catching Chris Millard as well. Robinson, number 30. Second of the ZRs, comes from Woking in Surrey. Chris Millard David Amphlett about to be taken by Nick Golhar. Here he comes, using the power of the ZR down the inside. He's recovered from his slow start now. ZR goes through into Hatchett's hairpin. Still 11.5 minutes of this race to go, so we're coming up towards half distance. David Amphlett from Whitney in Oxfordshire has already secured the Class A title, as we mentioned. Now it's 3 line astern for the lead. Now this time Mark Baker might have a chance if he's brave into Brooklands. Here we go. Moves across one way to the other. He's got the inside, and Will Sharp's going to have to give him room. Mark Baker at the inside. He goes through, takes the lead. Good bit of driving by Mark Baker. Now we've got a race on our hands. Baker's been trying that since the very first lap. He'd done the fastest lap of the race on that previous lap. Sharp back down the inside. They're side by side. Oh, that was close. Through Carter's up towards Honda. Who's going to come out of this with the lead then? It is Sharp who's got it back again. He got the inside through Carter's and Honda and puts the ZR back into the lead. What's Mark Baker going to try this time? They're loving it, these two. He's going to go to the outside. He won't get the inside line away for Hatchett's hairpin. Where's he going to try and make a move? Probably over on the back of the circuit again, but he might not get the chance because here comes Simon Kendrick. Of course, he's going through at Spitfires there. He's through into second and into the lead of the class. So Mark Baker's gone from second to first, then probably back to third. Fantastic racing here from the Lancaster Insurance MG Owners Club. Here comes Stuart Plotnick in the white car as well. Will Sharp's been able to get away a little bit as a result of that. Simon Kendrick now leads the MGF class. Can he catch Will Sharp? Will Sharp, who's raced a variety of MGs over the years. He's raced Porsches as well in the past. Raced in the Porsche Boxsters and 924s with his brother Henry. Here they come. Through Carters. Simon Kendrick now in second. Tigered his way past Mark Baker. Baker on the brakes there, tries to get the tighter line. He's going to try and attack into Hatchett's hairpin, I would think, but all the time they're battling, they're letting Will Sharp get away. But be mindful that Stuart Plotneck is there as well. Kendrick holds the inside line. He'll keep second place, but Baker is going to try and shuffle him as they come towards the crossing, I think. Out of Hatchett, up towards the right at Spitfires and the left at Debeni. Mark Baker, the blue car with the two white stripes. Some remarked it looked similar to a Dodge Viper, that car, with that livery, number 53. No V10 under the bonnet of the MGF, though. Over the back of Simon Kendrick now. He's having to defend here. Kendrick. Baker's going to try again. This is where he's stronger, dodging about there on the bumper of Simon Kendrick, and you can see how Will Sharp's been able to get away. He's saying, well, if you're all going to squabble amongst yourselves, I'm going to get my foot down and clear off into the lead. He wants his third win of the season. As we say, Steve McDermott and Fergus Campbell have done the rest of the outright winning this year. Plotneck gets a tighter exit there from Honda Curve. He could take third place here and move into the overall podium placings. Great fight between the MGFs. Yeah, Plotneck's going to have the inside line here. Mark Baker's going to have to cede to him. Or is he? He's going to be later on the brakes. He's not going to cede to him. You're not getting past me, he says to Stuart Plotneck, and he doesn't want to overrun. He has overrun on the exit of Hatchett's. Over the grass goes Mark Baker, and Plotneck is through. I thought he was being a bit ambitious there, Mark Baker, just too late on the brakes going into the hairpin. Now they've started to spread out as a result of all that. Sharp leads from Kendrick by 2.3 seconds. Stuart Plotneck up into third from Mark Baker. Runs a bit deep there through the first part of the Senna S. And a gap back to Andy Robinson, who's over 10 seconds further back now in his ZR in 5th position. But they have put on a superb race here. There may be only 10 cars here, and of course one of them sadly failed to start. I don't know what's happened to Malcolm Hill in the MGB GT, the fastback version, as opposed to the Roadsters. Hopefully we'll see that out for tomorrow's race. What can Mark Baker do here, the MGF class champion? There's our B-class champion, Anthony Bates, in the Maestro. Still not letting Chris Millard get away here. They're only a couple of seconds apart in 8th and 9th. I've only seen one of the Maestro appear this year. I think the Golar family still own one of their Maestros that they used to race as well. It'd be nice to see that out again. One of the famous names to have raced in the days of the Maestros in the 1990s was Jim Edwards Jr. Went on to become a British touring car driver briefly, of course, in the days of the production class. Raced a Honda Accord, if I remember rightly. There is the number 11. That is Chris Millard from Maidenhead in Berkshire. 4th in the points in Class A this year behind David Ampflick, Chris Pollard and Jim Bainham, as Stuart Plotneck takes a tighter line there. He could go for second here. Are the teammates going to be able to fight it out for second overall and the win in the MGF category? Mark Baker, as we said, has done the majority of the winning this year. Stuart Plotneck did have a class win at Castle Combe in Wiltshire earlier this year. Simon Kendrick had a couple of wins at Thruxton. Every other race has been won by Mark Baker in the MGF class. You normally have Paul Wisby's red MGF battling with them, but that suffered engine trouble in the previous round at Snetterton, so wasn't able to be here this weekend as Plotneck has a look up the inside, right up on the curb there. Very tight into the hairpin. He went off there in qualifying, he locked up the brakes and slid into the grass. Stuart Plotneck, so he needs to be careful here. Still holding that third place. Of course, in the late 1990s, there was a one-make series for standard MGFs, the MGF Cup. The likes of Dave Loudon, Jamie Hunter, among others. A couple of names I remember from that series. I'd have to consult my collection of Autosport magazines to try and remember who else raced in that. Mark Baker going for the outside here into Brooklands this time. MGF Cup rose to the standard of supporting the British GT Championship for a time. There they go. Simon Kendrick still there in second. One of our commenters pointing out that Maestro was previously raced by Ben Short, who went on to race successfully in Mazda MX-5s and in historic racing as well. So Ben Short's another well-known name to have raced the MG Maestros. It's the car now being raced by Anthony Bates. Thanks for a bit of background info coming in. It is appreciated when I get a chance to take a look at the comments. There is David Amphlett, still leading Class A. 3.5 minutes on the clock. David Amphlett up there in 6th overall. I think that might be one of the best finishes for a classic MG this year, overall in this championship. Nick Gollard has now got the MG ZR away ahead of him by some 4.5 seconds. So Gollard recovering from his poor start to pass the classics. Andy Robinson's dropped back as well. Has he got a problem? So I wondered where Andy had gone, with Nick Gollard up there in 5th. He's down to 7th. What was his last lap time, Andy Robinson? A 1:23, he was slowest of all on the last. So I reckon Andy Robinson's got a problem. Keep an eye on that yellow ZR if we can. 3 minutes to go. Just over 6 minutes of the race, just over 6 seconds in it, I should say. Sorry, in it for the lead. There's Andy Robinson. Yeah, that car does not look too well to me. Yeah, he's lost out to Anthony Bates there as well, and Chris Millard's got through. Well, I think Andy Robinson's heading for the pits this time. David Amphlett continues to lead Class A. Just wait to see if Andy Robinson does pull into the pits this time. Here's the battle for second. The 3 MGFs still line astern. Mark Baker, this is where he's stronger through the twisty bits, even stronger than his fellow MGFs. He's still got the fastest lap of the race, 1:16.858. Anthony Bates still going. Andy Robinson does head into the pits. I thought he had a problem. That's the end of his race. And there goes third in the ZR category as well. Chris Millard continues ahead of Anthony Bates, who's now 8th overall. There is Robinson, and he's heading into the paddock. Hopefully we'll see him back out tomorrow. Hopefully we'll see, as we mentioned, Malcolm Hill race tomorrow as well. Here comes Mark Baker. Here comes Plotnick again, having a look on the inside. They're all over each other, these three. Almost red, white and blue, isn't it? It's quite patriotic for MGs. Orange, white and blue, of course. Will Sharp now leads by over 6 seconds. He's got this race in the bag, mainly because everybody else too busy squabbling behind him. Baker up the inside, attacking Plotnick as they come towards the new Clubman Circuit loop there. That's the bit that the trucks don't use. This is good driving by Mark Baker. He's frustrated in there until he's harrying Stuart Plotnick. He wants a podium. Simon Kendrick looking for his 3rd class win of the season. The MGF category. He had a double win at Silverstone recently, and now Baker to the inside of Plotnick out of Brooklands. He's surely going to get there this time, as meanwhile, round to start his final lap, we got a glimpse of Will Sharp. Baker's through. He's got to head there in towards Honda, so Baker up into 3rd place. There is Will Sharp. He did break away as the race went on, but only because those behind him were scrapping so hard. Mark Baker, having briefly led the race overall, now down in what was 4th place. Let's see where he comes to. I think he is able to hold third now. It's the Wayside Adhesives car of Will Sharp heading for victory. Simon Kendrick is going to win the MGF category, and it is Baker holding third. Still with the fastest lap, 1:16.858, the blue car. He's spoilt the symmetry now, hasn't he? Red, white and blue. He might get second place in with a bit of luck. The checkered flag this time for Will Sharp. There he is, heading up Speedway Straight in the background. It's going to be a win for the ZR. Will this give him pole position for tomorrow's race? So, no, it's on second fastest qualifying time, so we'll wait and see on that. So Will Sharp is coming in to take the win. Here he comes out of the final corner. Checkered flag for Will Sharp. Waves as he crosses the line to take the victory. Class F, and second place is going to go to Simon Kendrick. Mark Baker, a determined effort, he takes third, and Stuart Plotnick fourth and third in class. Well done to the MGFs, they put on an excellent display there. Waiting for fifth place to come in, it should be Nick Gollard next home in his ZR. And Class A will be won by David Amphlett. In sixth place there is Gollard, recovered from a poor start to take fifth position, and second in the ZR class for the demise of Andy Robinson. David Amphlett wins Class A in his MGB Roadster. He's already sealed the title there. And the other finishers will be Chris Millard and Anthony Bates. As we saw, we lost Andy Robinson into the paddock. Here come the final two. Millard ahead of Bates. Bates the winner of Class B. Nice message on the front of the Maestro there. Thank you for marshalling. Still got the original sticker there, I noticed. BS Motorsports, Ben Short, as we mentioned earlier. Here's your results confirmed then. Will Sharp the winner by just over 7 seconds ahead of Simon Kendrick, who wins Class F. 1.6 seconds covered the three MGFs. Mark Baker third, Stuart Plotnick fourth overall. Fifth position went to Nick Gollard, the second ZR home. David Amphlett, the winner of Class A, in sixth position, some 17 seconds ahead of Chris Millard. And Anthony Bates, the final finisher, wins Class B. We lost Andy Robinson into the paddock a couple of laps from home. Malcolm Hill was a non-starter. Hopefully we'll hear from our leading drivers in that one. Once we've heard from them, that does wrap up the first day of racing here at Pembrey Circuit. We are back tomorrow, of course. Here's the schedule for tomorrow. 9:45 AM we kick off with the first of 3 truck races. Ryan Smith going for a hat-trick in that one. That's followed by the second race for the cars we've just seen, the Lancaster Insurance MG Owners Club Championship. Third race of the day on our coverage will be the Junior Saloon cars. Second race for the youngsters in their Saxos of the weekend. Then after lunch it will be the truck racers once again. Back in action at 3:20 PM with the Junior Saloon cars, and then our final race for the trucks takes place at around 4:25. Well, hopefully we can hear from some of the drivers shortly down in Parc Fermé. Car's just heading back in now. Ewan Dunlop is down there, I think, waiting to speak to a few of them once they clamber out of their cars in a few moments' time. Okay, we now can hand down to Ewan Dunlop in Park Fermé, and he's got our race winner Will Sharp with him. Ewan, over to you.
I'm just listening to the director, don't worry.
So here we are in the Park Fermé with our winner, Will Sharp. Congratulations. How was a great start to your weekend?
Yeah, lovely start to the weekend. It's always nice to bag a win. So yeah, I'm good. Funny start. Car didn't have much grip in the first couple of laps, and the F's were all over me. And I thought we were going to be in for a proper battle, but the kind of grip came in, and then I decided to go for it. And yeah, didn't let up really till the end, and tried my hardest.
Now, the first 10 minutes, it was fairly close to top sort of four, but then you edged away and away and away. And for the last 5 minutes, you were like in a little race of your own, weren't you?
Yeah, it is a bit of a race of your own actually. I mean, a few of the main drivers aren't here, so I'll take it where I can. But I don't know why that is. The F's, they're rear-wheel drive, and this is a good circuit for them because there's a lot of slow corner. You're coming out of second gear 3 or 4 times, and they're better on the tyres around here as well, I think. But they came in at the end and kind of concentrated, and it was a win.
I mean, it's the end of the championship, or nearly so. Obviously tomorrow. What does it mean to you to come to places like Pembrey, and why aren't the other guys here?
They have, some of them have got legitimate reasons. Some people have won. I don't know. I think this is a brilliant circuit. If we don't keep coming to this place, then it'll be a 9-year gap like we had before. So we need to place it earlier on in the season, and we need more people to make the effort. We've got brilliant racing conditions. The sun's out. It's Wales at the end of the day. The beach is just over there. We're going for a swim later.
Well, I don't know if we'll see you down there, but yeah, it's a beautiful place. And as a racing driver, you just want to race, don't you?
Doesn't matter where it is, and as long as you've got a few cars on the grid, at the end of the day, you don't want to just come to every race and just win it, obviously, but I've had plenty of races that I should have won that haven't, so I'll grab these kind of ones when I can.
One more chance tomorrow, best of luck.
Yeah, I'll try my hardest.
Well done, Will, thank you. And stick with us, we're going to try and get our Class F winner Simon Kendrick. Oh, he's here, he's waiting for us in the Tiger car. We spoke to you before, it was the Tiger versus the Donkey. It was quite close for a while.
Yeah, the Donkey was a bit too quick, wasn't it? No, it was really close, and it was always going to be that way, as I said before the race. Both Stuart in the stripy Donkey and Mark in the blue car are both top drivers, and so, it was always going to be tight, and so it was. And we swapped places. There was no paint exchange. It was a really, really good fun race, and not many cars on the grid. But to be honest, for me, those two were more than enough.
When you've got a race like that with you 3 guys in the middle, you don't need that many cars on the race because it was brilliant. The 3 of you chopping and changing for 15 minutes. Just really good fun, I imagine.
Absolutely, and that's what Mark was just saying. I mean, this is why we do it. That's the race that you want to have. A really good, close race, no contact. A few little mistakes here and there and people taking advantage and then, slowing each other up. But it's great fun.
Well, congratulations. One more race to tomorrow. Have a great evening.
Thank you, we will. Thanks.
And back to you, Dave, for our final closing comments.
Well, thanks very much to Ewan and also to Pointy down in the paddock today for keeping us in touch with the drivers. Thanks to Dave, who's just commented as well. Malcolm Hill's MGB GT overheating problems kept him out of that race and qualifying, so he is doubtful for tomorrow. Hopefully we'll see him out in tomorrow's race, and Andy Robinson with his ZR as well. Well, that does conclude racing today at Pembrey here on BARC TV, so thank you to all of you for watching. Thank you to all our volunteer marshals for their hard work as well, and to all the other officials, the recovery crews, the medical staff, the race control staff, and everybody here at the British Automobile Racing Club for bringing us today's racing. Thanks to all the Pembrey circuit staff as well. We'll be back at 9:45 AM tomorrow for the first race of the day for the truck. 6 races across our 3 categories to bring you tomorrow. But for now, enjoy your evening. I'm off for tea and biscuits now. Thanks very much indeed for watching. Thanks for listening as well. That's about all from me, Dave Goddard. Now, thanks to all our camera crews and directors as well for their work today, bringing you the action. We'll see you tomorrow here at the home of motorsport in South Wales. It's goodbye for now.